Joining me during this early morning live. Going to recap day 6 of trial, which was yesterday here in East Tennessee, pertaining to Megan Boswell. She has been accused of unaliving her 15-month-old daughter Evelyn, and we're going to recap that information this morning. Follow the Queen on the Newsbreak app. Take the polls on my community page. Check out my extensive library, 3,000 plus videos and shorts. And if you'd like to donate to this great network, $sign Big Angie 129 Cash App. I'm going to play a little bit of content this morning from local news, court TV. We're going to recap what was said in court thus far, yesterday's events. We're going to talk about the lying text, the autopsy, the defense hounding the medical examiner, which was the pathologist, and Ms. Ruzinek from my area here, Knoxville, Tennessee. Also, the extensive lies this female told pertaining to the disappearance of her child. There were so many you couldn't even keep up. I'm at a loss of words pertaining to just the numerous lies. They showed Facebook texts of her lying to different people in conversations, her trying to allegedly pay someone through a pay card, which was all a ruse. This girl obviously has been lying all of her life, and she doesn't know anything else. So to me, she was doomed anyway, even if she didn't have children. She obviously has some serious issues. Let's get down to business, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Hello, Sky.
Evidence on day 6 of her trial. Hours of testimony ended with the chief medical examiner in Knox County explaining the autopsy of little Evelyn Boswell.
10 News reporter Lauren Lovett.
You're up early, sweetie.
Following this trial, Lauren, that testimony today got a little testy. John Robin, the medical examiner, said plainly she thinks Evelyn suffocated to death after being dumped in a trash can on Boswelll family property. Despite the defense's questions, the medical examiner told jurors she had no reason to believe Evelyn would have been dead prior to being put in that can. We also heard hours of other forensic testimony today. Throughout this trial, testimony showed Megan Boswell claimed her old boyfriend, Ethan Perry, had her daughter.
Okay, I woke up late.
She falsely claimed was Evelyn's father. She told friends and family that she and Perry were fighting for custody.
What goes on between me, her, and her dad stays between me, her, and her dad. I have court in the morning to set up a specific plan where he has her 1 week and I have her another.
In December 2019, shortly after she claimed she dropped Evelyn off.
It's after 3 something here.
Boswell said she did try to get her daughter back, but Perry was
not a very stable parent right now, and Evelyn doesn't want to come home.
A digital forensics agent who reviewed Megan's phone told jurors Tuesday she would text Perry every day from the beginning of November until around December 3rd.
As soon as December 3rd hit, the amount of communications between Ethan and Megan went quite a bit, and no unique images of Evelyn were seen afterward.
And when those photos stopped, she tried passing off old ones as recent.
While reviewing the conversations from the search warrant proceeds, I located that same photo, which was sent to Ethan on November 30th of 2019.
Boswell also told another boyfriend at the time, Hunter Wood, that her mother Angel had Evelyn the whole time. Wood shared his concern for the child and asked if Boswell knew if Evelyn would be found safe. Just days before that, Boswell posted pictures of her and Wood planning to get a new house, saying how excited she was and how they were already picking out furniture. Several other forensics experts took the stand, telling jurors they found Megan's DNA on some items inside the same trash can where Evelyn's body was found. They also shared autopsy results. The conclusion, Evelyn was deliberately killed by asphyxiation. We're getting close to the end of the state's proof, and I'll have more updates tomorrow here on 10 News. John, Robin.
Lauren Lovett.
All right, everybody. Sorry the volume is low. The video has a very low audio. So recapping, we have text messages between she and Hunter. He's asking about the child. Does she think the child will be returned safe? I'm wondering what was going through his mind at the time. Did he think that she harmed the child? Did he ever ask her, did she harm the child? there's so many questions to this case that have not been answered, and you're not going to really get the truth, because my thing is, as I've always told you, when you are dealing with a pathological liar, you will probably never get the truth, because that's the whole point. You're dealing with a liar, so you can expect to get the truth about everything. What I want to know, once again, the time of death. The time of death. Where did the child die? Okay, what date? Because now we have testimony from the ME that it's possible, basically she's saying, what, the child was smothered and put in the can alive, if I'm not mistaken. She's basically saying she can't say that the child was dead beforehand, so that's what you're basically saying, that the child was put in there alive. It is just very hard for me to even fathom that when I think back to the Christian Newsom case. Naturally, this woman, much bigger than Evelyn, young girl, she was put in a trash can head first, and she was alive. So I have a hard time grappling with that, due to the fact that she had left that property. Allegedly she got put out. So see, this is why I keep saying you got to go back to, when did she kill the kid? Okay, because something's off with this case. Okay. I have so much on my mind right now, so if I seem scatterbrained, forgive me, because it's just a lot to chop up. If they're saying the child was alive, okay, now you got to ask, where was she when she put the child in the plastic, wrapped her in the foil, wrapped her in a blanket? Where was she living? Was she living with Hunter in the hotel, different places, and then carried the kid over there to the property? Well, what time of day did she take the child and put her in a plastic bag? Whose garbage can was it? Was it a garbage can sitting on the property, or was it a garbage can that belonged to her trailer? Did she kill the kid while she was still living in the trailer? We know that the father put her out. So then you have to ask that question. Did she retaliate and say, okay, he's putting me out, I'm not going to have anywhere to go, take my kid, I'll kill my kid? See, that would be the ultimate revenge, especially if the child, was in good rapport with the grandfather. The grandfather allegedly loved the kid, but Queen is a realist. I don't believe in that word too much. Love. Don't ask, because everybody has a different definition of what love is. And the fact that you knew her house was nasty, we have proof you knew, because you told that guy to clean it out, and then also you kicked her out because it was unclean. So that means you had proof she was filthy, number one. That also means you knew that so in the end, you weren't going to see her anyway, she or the baby, because if you two fell out and she didn't want to deal with you anymore, why would she bring her child around? Stay woke now. See, I'm trying to put it all together, because it don't make no sense. You know your child. Most people know their children better than anybody else. Okay? So you knew your child had a cleaning problem. She didn't stay clean. And if the baby wasn't clean, that means Megan wasn't clean either. Let's keep it woke. So you had knowledge that she kept an unkempt house. You evicted her from the trailer. So that means you knew she'd be out here in the street somewhere with a baby. I think she probably killed that baby at that trailer before she left, packed up her stuff. Okay, just follow me now. She retaliated, killed the kid, put the kid in the can, wrapped up, possibly alive, which is very wicked to me. Probably did it in the dead of night when she thought everybody was asleep. Didn't give a damn. Just threw the baby in there, wrapped in foil or blanket. The child's death has been ruled as asphyxiation, which is a homicide. That is by the pathologist and also Ms. Rusnick, who's here from Knoxville, Tennessee. So you have two people weighing in on the same situation pertaining to the child's death. Okay? It's hard for me to believe she would put a live baby in a trash can, plastic bag. I just can't put it in my head. I'm not saying she didn't. I'm just saying it's hard for me to wrap my head around a live baby wrapped up. Seems like to me you would cover the baby's nose, mouth, then after the baby's dead, you'd wrap the baby up and discard the baby. If she killed this baby alive, that shows she's even more wicked, because in the end, murder is murder. Okay? Murder is murder. And that's what pissed me off listening to this defense attorney this morning, going back and forth with the pathologist about hypothetical situations of how the baby could have died, SIDS, heart valve issues, heart problems, gastric issues. The point is, it doesn't matter. If you want to say they rolled over on the kid fell down, hurt herself, the kid had the gastric problems, the kid had heart problems. Rare case she died of SIDS. The point is, District Attorney, Mr. Defense and your cohorts, how would a child get herself into the garbage can? Checkmate. So you could talk all around in circles. You hounded these people to death yesterday in court. But the point is, just like that Casey Anthony nonsense, how does a baby get wrapped up and put into bags and laundry bags? I'll let that sit right there. So you can hypothesize all damn day what you think the child, how you think the child died, okay? Hello, Michelle. How you think the child died. You're asking the stupidest questions to this EMA. Well, what about if the child was on the table? Blah, blah, blah. Well, she didn't die on the table. We don't know anything about a damn table. So why are you even bringing that up? That's not the point. The point is, a 15-month-old did not walk into a playhouse, wrap her head with foil, okay? Wrapped herself, climb inside of a bag head first, S-shaped backwards. I want you to think about what they said now. The child was contorted into a backwards S. Her butt met her feet. That's because she's already a little person. So it doesn't take much to contort the body. Her face was mashed into the garbage bin head first. Head wrapped with foil. Believed to be suffocated by a blanket. When they pulled her out, her head had the imprint of the blanket. Please pay attention. And you want to argue about how she died? Hypothetically. We could hypothesize all day. Natural death, accident. The point is, what the fuck is she doing in a garbage pail? Wrapped in a blanket full in a plastic fucking bag. The point is, if it was an accident, Mr. Defense Attorney, what sane person does not call 911 to say, hey, my child fell. Hey, I woke up and I think I rolled over on my kid. Hey, I think my child died of SIDS. Hey, my kid isn't breathing. Hey, please hurry. In all her interviews with law enforcement, there is no urgency to find Evelyn Boswelll. Checkmate. There is no concern for the baby. There is no concern for her being found or recovered. Stay woke. Giddy and laughing and smirking during interviews with the news. Shall I go on? So you want to go on and beat this woman's brow down in court about hypothetical situations of how you think this child died. You see, you are like Megan Boswelll. Oh yes, we're gonna keep it real. You all are no different than Megan Boswelll because you're throwing out all these to try to get your client off. So if you can put reasonable doubt in one person on the jury, and this would have to be a very green, gullible person. Well, it's possible. Well, as the ME said, yes. Very rare, though, at 15 months, a child dies of SIDS. Yes, anything's possible. But I didn't see any heart issues, if you want to keep riding that heart valve nonsense. And that black lady, she kept saying it over and over and over, repeating herself. She kept going back to the same thing. What I found is this. Nothing related to any malfunctions with the child's health, which leads me to the finding of asphyxiation/homicide. And yet this fucking defense attorney just could not accept her answer. Then they were trying to hold the other Ms. Rusnick into contempt of court, the judge, because she wouldn't answer, because he wants them to say that this child died of 50,000 different ways. But as I said, even if we are to hypothesize that the child died a gazillion different ways, that's not what they found. Number one. Number two, nobody gives a fuck, because that defies logic of why you wouldn't call 911. So if your child died accidentally, you discovered your child wasn't breathing, the same thing to do is to call 911. 911, what is your emergency, please? Yes, could you please hurry? My child isn't breathing. I think I rolled over on my child. My child had an accident. My child fell. My child is choking. That's my point. Let's go to Court TV, everybody. Welcome to the Vault XL. What a hot butter mess. This child told so many damn lies that it is absolutely ridiculous how many people she tried to implicate pertaining to having her kid. Please go to my community page and check out all my shares to catch up and recap what was said in court yesterday, day 6. Let's talk about the foil wrapped around Evelyn's head. If you think this content will bother you, you might want to step away for a minute and then come back a little bit later.
Testimony resumes this morning in the baby Evelyn murder trial. That's where we're going to start this morning against Megan Boswelll. Megan is charged with the death of her 15-month-old little daughter, Evelyn. The toddler's body found upside down in a trash can several weeks after she was reported missing. Jurors got to see, or had to see, that trash can, along with several other items belonging to little baby Evelyn. We watched that play out yesterday morning. It was just heartbreaking. Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft is in Tennessee, covered the trial, and has more.
Good morning to you, Ted. Court will be getting underway shortly here in Blountville, Tennessee. This will be day 6 of the baby Evelyn murder trial. During proceedings on Monday, investigators showed the jury a lot of evidence, including the trash can in which they found baby Evelyn, also a onesie the baby was wearing at the time she was found, as well as some aluminum foil that had been placed over her face. Also, during Monday's proceedings, an interrogation video was played.
I swear to God, I told him.
Court gets back underway at 9 a.m. Eastern. Ted?
All right, Kelly Craft.
So she's talking to her father. He's asking her questions about the child. She, once again, is lying to the father. I still have a problem with you, Mr. Boswelll, because you knew the state of the trailer. You knew the state of your child. You knew the state that the child was living in a dire situation, and yet you waited 3 months to call local authorities to say that you haven't seen the child. You were 3 months too late, sir. So you sitting up in court days ago crying doesn't affect Queen. I'm not moved because I'm sick of these stories. I'm sick of everybody wanting to come out and give a version pertaining to what they saw and witnessed with somebody. It doesn't mean anything. The child's dead. And when we get an area view of how you were living out there in the country, I must say you have a very nice spread. You have more land than the average American. You have a business, allegedly. So all that land you got, a little bit of pocket change, didn't mean a damn thing pertaining to a little baby by the name of Evelyn, who lived with a trifling ass mama, your child, and ended up suffocated to death and thrown in a damn garbage can in a playhouse. You see, Megan is a product of you and your trifling ass ex-wife, Angela. Woo, same name, it's a queen. You all are trifling. That's why Megan's trifling. And then you have the audacity to sit in court and cry. You're crying even before they start asking you questions because you know you all didn't raise your children right. And she's a product of you and Angela's trifling ass ways. You know that. That's why you're up there crying. So I'm going to ask you, who are you crying for? Are you crying for yourself? You crying for Megan? Or you crying for Evelyn? You see, guilt is a motherfucker. And you having to sit and hear these horrible stories and versions of what they pulled out of a garbage can, which was a little human, that's a lot to digest, isn't it? Because you know that you had access to Evelyn before she made it to that trash can. And you could have done more. You could have sought custody of her. Why not? Why not? 3 months later, you have the audacity to call DHS, police. She was already dead. Already deteriorating inside of a garbage can. You were a day late, dollar short, friend. Megan learned a lot from you and your ex-wife because you all were very turbulent. Drug addicts and people who like to fight get turned up. Megan claims to detectives she was a babysitter, in-house babysitter. So naturally, by the time she got knocked up, she didn't know what to do with a kid. She didn't want a kid. She didn't use birth control. Nobody talked to her about birth control. Went into foster care, 17 years of age. Real fucked up situation. And now here we are, 2025, listening to gore details about an innocent kid stuffed in a garbage can in a backwards letter S with foil wrapped around her damn head. Now, Megan, I'm going to ask you, why did you put foil around the baby's head? Please explain to me. Why did you put foil around the child's head? I'm curious. She's already wrapped in a blanket. Why would you put foil around the head and you already wrapped the kid in a blanket? They believe you suffocated the child in a blanket. So what was the purpose of the aluminum foil?
Thank you. Kelly will be reporting throughout the day here on Court TV as we watch this trial continue with the state's case. Here to discuss, attorney and former prosecutor Randolph Rice and criminal defense attorney Mario Gallucci, both joining us on this Tuesday morning. First of all, yesterday was a heartbreaker. We watched the state bring, and hey, let's face it, this case is a heartbreaker when you have a victim like we have with baby Evelyn. Initial thoughts, Randolph, to you on what the jury had to endure, be exposed to yesterday, and how it may affect the case and may help the prosecution because it is just so heinous.
Sure. Anytime these gruesome cases come up, it's very difficult for jurors to listen to and see the evidence. You know, bringing that trash can out, bringing that onesie out, bringing out that aluminum foil. That puts that visualization in the minds of the jurors so that they can see exactly how heinous this crime was and really paint that picture, which the prosecution is trying to do, paint that picture of what a monster she is.
Yeah. Mario, I know you're actually involved in a case involving the death of a child right now. And, you know, without going into specifics of the case you're involved with, how does an allegation like that affect a jury? And I would assume it's much harder for the defense when you have a child who's dead at the end of the day.
Excuse me. You're going to see the agent bring out evidentiary material pertaining to the child while in that plastic bag in the garbage can, wrapped in foil. We also learned that their fingerprints related to the plastic bag and the foil belonging to Megan Boswell.
A defendant is already behind the 8 ball once he starts a trial. I mean, you're a defendant, you're already charged, already indicted, and now you're going to add to that the fact that the victim is an infant that was tortured and abused and died. So you have big issues here with the jury. You have big issues once you walk into a court with the child case. And I've tried many of these cases, and they're very, very difficult. Very difficult. You need to pick a good jury. That's probably step one, is to pick a good jury.
Yeah. And you need a client that maybe doesn't lie a lot, because that's what we watched in this case.
Good luck with that.
The jury saw more of these police interviews where she changed her story. At one point, she starts blaming mom. Take a listen.
Why did you only call your mom? We need to know that. I think she had nothing. You think she had that? You think she has anything that all you know? I don't know, Jess. She didn't tell me. Well, okay. What makes you think she has Evelyn? Just because the way she's been acting and stuff like that.
Stuff like that.
Randolph, it's one thing to have committed a crime like this if in fact she did. She's only, this is alleged at this point. But then to lie about it, it can turn a jury, can it not, from sadness and maybe a little empathy as a young mother, what happened, you want to know. But then if they are, which is happening in this case, they're watching this defendant lie, try to blame other people, try to pin this on loved ones, a boyfriend, the father of the child, and now mom. How does that play?
Well, what probably happened was that I'm guessing, again, like you said, Ted, she's innocent until proven guilty, but hey, listen, I won't say anything, and that will be my story, as I just don't know. And then when she got pressed by detectives and by other individuals, she thought probably to herself, I need to start making up a story. The problem is that when you're telling a lie, your story is not something in your mind that you can remember, so you're having to create things. And the more you talk, the less you remember about the previous facts. And it happens all the time when we see defendants getting interviewed multiple times by detectives, and that's why they do it. It's because the story will ultimately change when it's not true.
Mario, the father of the child, apparently has struggled with mental illness and is institutionalized at this point. You could feel the defense pointing the finger possibly at him as the only other scenario. Would you put your client on the stand if things start to go even worse than they are right now as a Hail Mary, or just keep with the defense, with what you know about this case, and make it sort of insinuate that maybe this other person had something to do with it?
Well, that's a big Hail Mary. I mean, a Hail Mary, you're not talking about points in a football game. You're talking about years of your life. In a case like this, you've already
Exactly,
stated,
Scott.
we have a
Never
child
changes.
that's dead. We have a mother that is lying. We have, I believe, consciousness of guilt. She did buy a one-way ticket to Vietnam. How do you not know where your daughter is? These are all questions that
Vietnam. Wait. Wait a minute.
And
where are they getting that from? She bought a one-way ticket to Vietnam. Huh? I never heard that. She doesn't strike me as someone that even knows how to work a computer. Please help me understand. A one-way ticket to Vietnam. Is he being cynical? Because that strikes to me. I've not heard of her trying to go anywhere. Because as you see, she didn't go anywhere. She was going to continue to hang around town, try to move in with Hunter. And as most of you have heard, he's in a mental institution. He's been there for 2 months. I still believe that might have been a ruse, so he didn't have to testify because maybe he felt like he wasn't in a good shape to testify. I don't really know. I'm not putting any blame on him as far as the baby, but I think somebody might have said, hey, let's put him in the institution because he don't need to be going up in his courtroom. I'm just throwing that out there. But anyway, there were items tested pertaining to the garbage can, water bottles, different things. And there was maybe one item with an unknown male DNA. And we learned from the ME, she tells the court that she would have tested any items that were given to her, but naturally nothing was tested that comes back conclusive to Hunter or anybody else because she didn't receive any items to test. But yeah, she tried to blame everybody that had a pulse that was dealing with her. I'm really surprised she didn't try to implicate the babysitter because there was really nobody left for her to implicate but the babysitter who was wanting her money and her own grandmother. Yeah, right. I'm with you, Sky. I doubt she can even spell Vietnam. Exactly. I don't know where he's getting that from, as I have yet to hear that in all the years of this story brewing to go to trial. I have not heard that she ever tried to leave, buy a bus ticket, tried to buy a plane ticket because she didn't even have a car by the time, all this stuff unfolded. So it's just some wicked stuff. I will throw this out before I finish playing this content. Allegedly, they found an application with Hunter's name on it. And on that application, it was his name, Megan's name, and she claimed she had an unborn child. Now, on this application, she don't claim to have Megan as a baby. Now, that's very interesting. She's got an unborn child named herself and Mr. Hunter. But what don't make no sense is, allegedly, he's standing in front of a house on IG or Instagram or whatever, and she's claiming this is our new house. Then she's got pictures of him lying on furniture in a furniture store like they're hunting for furniture. So what I'm trying to understand is, why would you all be applying for an apartment if he was building a custom-built house? Help me understand. What's the truth? Because my understanding, he was living with his father. Now, when this story first broke, I thought he lived on his own. Because, see, naturally, when a story breaks, you don't get all the hoopla about the ins and the outs of the story. They only give you bits and pieces to the news to relate to the public. So now that it's at trial, we're getting more information that Hunter was living with his father. She stayed over there a few times. She also stayed in a hotel 4 times. But the gist of the story is that nobody ever saw Evelyn. Hunter didn't see the baby ever. His father never saw the baby. Her own father hadn't seen the baby since Thanksgiving. Stay woke now. People who talked to her on a cell phone never saw the kid. The babysitter claims she last saw the baby 1st of December. I'm starting to wonder if that is true or not, because something is still off with the timing of when this child was unalive. So I'm still banking on right after Thanksgiving she was unalive. So that's why I need a date of when the father put her out of the apartment, out of the trailer.
She's lying. You should never, one, speak to the police without an attorney. Number 2, if you are going to speak to the police without an attorney, you really shouldn't lie. You shouldn't make up stories. How do you not know where your daughter is?
Exactly.
How do you not know whether your mother has your daughter or not? If I was the prosecutor, I would key right in there. I'd start the cross-examination right there. I would say, where was your daughter? How do you not know where your daughter is? They're going to have some problems here as far as the defense is concerned, especially if they want to put her on the stand.
Yeah. Baby Evelyn, when she was first reported missing, Mom, Megan, did an interview. And that the news director of that television station took the stand, and the unedited interview, which the jury was able to see.
Yeah.
And we'll play a little bit. Listen carefully, because there's someone off camera kind of egging Megan on, giving her some pointers. Take a listen.
And who was that?
Let's get into the last time you saw her. Tell me what that time was like in my life. Well, actually, I want to talk about that. I've told TBI where to find her in Mendota. My mom took her to a campground and a silver camper, and if they don't go tonight, I'm going to find her myself. Because I've told them, and they're not really taking it seriously. If they don't go tonight, I will go myself and go get her and tell them what.
Right here, this infamous interview is when the Queen knew she was lying. This interview right here. When I first saw this interview 5 years ago, I said to myself, Self, this heifer is lying because she's smirking in the interview. What is so funny? Who smirks to say, oh, I'm going to go to Mendota myself and find her? I knew right then she was lying. And when they went to Mendota, there was nothing there at the campground. There weren't even people there. Ding, ding, ding. Detectives went to North Carolina to find the mother and the boyfriend. There was no Evelyn. And I didn't know what to think because I didn't know who had the baby last. But I can honestly say when I saw this interview, I knew she was lying about something. And that's all she's done since this being searched for by DHS detectives, FBI agents. All lies led right back to Megan Boswell.
No, you need to defend yourself. That's all I need to know. Quit. You already know, Megan. So,
Oh, yeah. I didn't see this on the news. Wow.
Just a calamity of errors, Randolph, and it looks so much worse after time has passed in a courtroom.
Yeah, they didn't show us that interview.
Her just trying to allegedly navigate these waters by blaming other people. It's actually the worst of the worst behaviors that people are looking for out of a then 7 or 18-year-old kid.
Yeah, this is just one more brick in the house that the prosecution's building about her inconsistencies, and the fact that this interview is just raw information that clearly she thought that the camera was off or they would edit it out somehow. But when they're recording, they push record and they get it all. And to have somebody say, tell them what really happened and don't hold back, and she's being very elusive with these reporters.
Right.
It's just one more piece in this fabricated story that she's trying to tell that I think ultimately is going to sink her.
Yeah, she's digging that hole. I'm sure Mario will tell you, don't talk. If you're in trouble, if you've done something, don't talk to anybody, let alone some news reporter.
All right, so why did she talk to sheriff's office without an attorney? Why keep spinning webs when at some point Megan knew that they knew she was lying? Because that's the thing about lying. You have to continue to lie to cover up the last lie. And that's what was going on with Megan in her interrogation by Sheriff's Department and TBI. You have to continue to lie. And yet she's so stupid, she keeps talking to them without an attorney. And it makes no sense because at one point, when you realize they know they've debunked your first lie, that's when you say to yourself, you know what, I'm gonna quit talking to these people. What you're supposed to do is get up and say, well, I don't have anything else to say. If you don't have an arrest warrant, I gotta go. And that is your right. You can get up and go. They can't hold you unless they have a warrant. So they didn't have anything. And she stupidly kept going back, meeting these people and spinning a different version every time she talked to them. And as it has been said, the truth never needs an explanation, and the truth never changes. There's no logical reason for you to keep spinning web after web after web about any situation, unless you're not being truthful about what you're saying. And we now know that she wasn't truthful because the child was found wrapped in foil and a blanket inside of a plastic bag inside of a white garbage pail in a dusty ass playhouse full of junk. And it shows you she had no remorse. She has had no remorse. She shows no remorse. She doesn't show any empathy. She shows no urgency during interrogation to find her child. She's a heathen. She's diabolical. And as I said, she learned from the best because she comes from two troubled souls, Tommy and Angela. And the mother has an extensive criminal record. She has stayed in trouble, drugs, all of that. And so imagine this child and her siblings growing up in a house with a drug addict mother and parents arguing back and forth and violence. She didn't learn anything. She didn't learn what she needed to go out here in the world and navigate. So she gets knocked up as a young girl, 17, goes into foster care at 17. Father fights for custody, gets her out. The child is already born when Tommy Boswell gets full custody of Megan Boswell. Stay woke now. All this time, the mother's running around over here, over there, staying in the streets and breaking the law. Megan wanted a break. I guess she did want a break. Because nobody can teach you on how to be a mother. You have to learn that on your own. And she didn't have good role models to teach her really anything, let alone being a parent. Let's weigh the evidence. Law and crime is the source. We're going to go down to the belly of the beast of some serious defense brow beating of this ME. I mean, they just gave this woman the business. This shit was sick to me. But that's what they do. It's to form reasonable doubt. I pray there's nobody on the jury that's going to fall for this nonsense, because I'm telling you, we have a lot of weak-minded, gullible people out here, and there might be one person sitting on that jury believing that somebody else killed this kid and put that kid in that damn shed. So this is why I said I'd like a data when she killed this kid. When did she get put out of that trailer? And the fact that she would risk putting a live baby in a plastic bag in a garbage can, that's some wicked shit right there. I mean, just taking the baby in the can dead and putting the baby in there and not worry about getting caught. But imagine the baby was alive. Ain't no words for that. Ain't no words for that.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you ready for us to start your meeting? Can you spell your first and last name for the jury, please?
My first name is Matrina, Matrina. Last name is Schmidt, Schmidt.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
Brevard County in Florida.
Okay. And what is your official title there?
I'm an associate medical examiner.
Okay. And how long have you been there?
March of 2023.
Okay. And until present, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And can you give us a background of your education, please?
I have a bachelor's in biology. Got it at Aquinas College in Grand Rapids, Michigan, 4 years. Then I went to medical school at Medical College of Ohio in Toledo, Ohio for 4 years. Then I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at West Virginia University Department of Pathology. I did that for 4 years. I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in San Antonio, Texas. I returned to West Virginia and did another year of residency, and then I started practicing as a medical examiner.
Okay. And where did you first start practicing as a medical examiner?
West Virginia.
Okay. And where are you licensed? Which states are you licensed to practice medicine in currently?
West Virginia, California, Tennessee, Hawaii, and Florida.
Okay.
You go, girl.
And
Woo.
so that would go to say that in 2020, were you also licensed to practice medicine in the state of Tennessee?
Well, she can practice anywhere.
Yes. Okay. And are you board certified in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Okay. Do you maintain memberships in any medically related societies?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
No.
Okay. And you stated that you're currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you do as a forensic pathologist?
I perform medical legal autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of pathology and in your role as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Have you been so qualified here in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
During this time, we would ask to qualify Dr. Schmidt as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No, Judge.
Dr. Schmidt, where were you employed in March of 2020?
At the William L. Jenkins Forensic Center in Johnson City, Tennessee.
Okay. And is that at East Tennessee State University?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your title there in March of 2020?
I was an assistant professor in pathology / forensic pathologist.
Okay. And during that time, were you called to assist with the processing and removal of the remains of Evelyn Boswelll in March of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall recall who notified you that Evelyn Boswell's body had been discovered?
No, it was a law enforcement official called me.
Okay. And did you go to the scene there, Muddy Creek Road, that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring anyone with you to help assist you?
No, I arrived on my own, but two of our medical death investigators arrived on the scene.
Okay. And who were those two people?
Laura Parsons, Kristen Osgood.
Okay. And what was their role to be that evening?
They're the medical death investigators. They investigate the scene of death.
And was law enforcement present when you arrived that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day you arrived?
I do not. It was evening. It was dark.
Dark outside. Okay. Where was Evelyn's body located at the time of your arrival?
It was in a playhouse shed and inside a trash can.
Okay. So her body was still within the trash can when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe or assist in the removal of Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the jury what that process looked like?
We removed the trash can from the shed. Photographs were taken, and then we did a step-by-step process of removing the decedent from the trash can and the contents of the trash can.
Okay. And did you observe law enforcement with each of these steps of removal?
Yes, and our medical death investigators were also a part of the process.
Okay. And was this at your direction or at someone else's, the process that they used?
We had discussed the direction we were going to take prior to removing the trash can from the shed. So I was directing it, but I think we had all had a discussion on the best way to handle the process.
Give me just a second.
What happens when real patients move curing hepatitis C?
All right, brief intermission. So right now, this lady has given her credentials, all the places that she studied and practiced. Johnson City is right near this area, Boswelll, right up the road, and home of the Buccaneers, if you didn't know. And her last employment is Brevard down in Florida. So she's been quite a few places, and she can practice in many states. So she's quite qualified. But oh Lord have mercy, this defense attorney, when he comes on, he just wears this poor lady out. I just was like, I'm sure she said to herself, God, I pray I'd never go back to Tennessee or ever have to sit in a witness box and get beat down like this. But that is what they do. They try to, as I said, cast doubt into the information.
Can you tell the jury what steps you took to ensure that the scene and Evelyn's body was maintained as secure as possible?
TBI was present, our medical death investigators, and everything that we removed from the trash can, in addition to the decedent, was photographed and it was written down as evidence.
And how did you protect the body from contamination?
I don't remember, but we always have a sheet and the body bag ready and prepared.
Okay. exhibits number 20 through 38, please. In the past, it has been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Does that help refresh your memory on how the body was placed at the time that at the time Evelyn was removed from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what you recall about how her body was protected?
The body bag was placed on top of, looks like paper, and then she was removed from the trash can directly into the clean body bag.
Okay. All right. We can pass that back. I'm just going to show it to the jury quickly so the jury can see what we are referencing. It's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Is this what you were referring to with the butcher paper and the body bag?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So at some point, Evelyn's body was going to be transported to a different location, I'm assuming. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And where was her body transported?
The Forensic Center in Johnson City.
Okay. And are you the individual that performed the autopsy on Evelyn Boswelll?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also performed at the same location in Johnson City?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe the process of this particular autopsy for the jury?
We re-photographed the body. We collected evidence from the body, and we removed the clothing, and I performed the autopsy, starting with an external examination, then an internal examination.
Okay. Was it more difficult due to the state of Evelyn's remains?
I don't understand.
Okay, let me ask it in a different way. Does decomposition of the body impact your ability to perform certain things during an autopsy?
It can.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you, for example, does the level of decomposition keep you from being able to identify mechanisms of death or possible mechanisms of death?
It can. Yes.
Can you describe how?
Sometimes with decomposition, the skin will change colors, and it can obscure bruises or contusions. Sometimes we might not be able to draw the sufficient toxicology specimens that we want to.
Okay. And did any of that happen in this case? Were you able to see any potential soft tissue injuries to Evelyn's body?
I did not identify any soft tissue injuries.
Okay. Did decomposition play a role in that at all?
It's probable, yes.
Okay.
So basically, when they're talking about soft tissue, if indeed something happened to the kid, such as someone broke something on the child's body, the decomposition, I guess, would cover that up due to the fact, she was in there a little while. So I heard recently, I brought you information, allegedly somebody said something about a leg being broke or arm being broke, but right now they're saying, there's no information to support that, but the fact is she was decomposed inside of the garbage pail.
And you were also at the scene. Did you observe leaves at the scene that night?
Yes, there were numerous leaves inside the shed playhouse.
Okay. So I'm assuming when you conduct an autopsy, it's not just the body itself that's helping you make your determination. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. What other materials do you as a doctor use in order to make a determination when you're conducting an autopsy and trying to determine a cause and manner of death?
Our investigators, investigation or summary, law enforcement's investigation. I can use medical records, sometimes histology. That's where I take the tissue and I look at it under a microscope.
Okay. Okay. And after you conducted the autopsy of Evelyn, are those results essentially generated into a report?
Yes.
Is that a course of business?
Yes.
And have you reviewed your autopsy report for accuracy and completeness?
Yes.
I'm going to pass you documents. Second to look and see if you recognize that. Oh, okay. Are you able to identify that document?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
It's the autopsy report I prepared on Evelyn.
Okay, and is that a complete and accurate copy?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time we would ask that be made exhibit number 260.
Wow, 260.
Dr. Schmidt, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswelll?
Yes.
Okay. What is your opinion?
The cause of death, homicidal violence.
Okay. And can you explain that for the jury? What did you base that finding on?
I based it on the autopsy findings, the investigative summary, the investigator that went to the scene, and law enforcement investigation.
Okay.
Homicidal.
Hypothetically, if Evelyn was alive when she was placed in the trash can, is positional asphyxiation likely?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what positional asphyxiation is?
It's your body's in a position that compromises your breathing.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh my goodness.
And were you aware with how Evelyn's body was placed into the trash can? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say positional, are you referencing the fact that she was upside down?
Yes. The body was in the trash can upside down.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 34.
Speechless is putting it mildly, honey.
Pre-admitted as exhibit
Oh
number
my
34.
goodness. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Okay. Okay. So hypothetically, if a blanket is pulled up over the face of a child who's then placed into a trash can upside down, could the blanket itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes.
Okay. What about the trash bag that Evelyn's body was in? Did the trash bag itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes, if it covered the airways, the nose and the mouth.
Wow.
What if
Oh,
I told you
damn.
that Hers customers were
What is so sad about this information is that later you'll hear from the defense, and they beat this lady's brow down on the information and her findings, questioning her findings, and basically just saying, hypothetically, could she have died some other type of way? But she's trying to explain to them, well, I'm basing my findings on what I saw in the trash bin with the kid, the surroundings of the garbage can, how she's put in the can, and what I found testing her tissue, under the microscope. And it's like he just refused to accept her damn answer. This shit is sad to me. This is that girl, Megan, somebody needs to whoop her ass. I'm saying it. She needs her ass beat. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. She needs her ass beat. Do her the same way she did Evelyn, okay? Wow. It's terrible. I just can't wrap my head around her being
How many
alive.
autopsies have you conducted over the course of your career, just approximately?
3,600 approximately.
3,000.
Approximately, how many of those were on children?
Close to 100, between 80 and 100.
Okay.
Wow.
Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted from, that you determined the result from natural causes?
Yes.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted in or been caused by something accidental?
Yes.
So if I gave you a hypothetical that Evelyn Boswell was sleeping in a bed with an adult or two adults and a rollover sleeping episode occurred, is that something that you would consider as being a possibility for her death in this case? Do you want me to rephrase the question?
Yes.
Okay. Is a rollover incident possible, a co-sleeping rollover incident possible, explanation for Evelyn Boswell's death?
My opinion, no.
Okay. And can you explain why that's not a possibility?
Evelyn is an older child, and typically we see the overlay in younger children. It's certainly possible, but with the investigation of the scene and law enforcement investigation and the way she was found in a trash can, I don't have the opinion that it was a co-sleeping, bed sharing, or overlay.
Okay. Is there any scenario that I could give you that would change your opinion about the cause and manner of the death of Evelyn Boswell?
I don't know if I can answer that.
Okay. Do you?
Well, at least she's honest.
Hold on one second.
The state is asking these questions because that is one of the versions that was given by Megan Boswell. That's, near the end of all her lies. She claims she rolled over on the kid and Hunter took the kid out and disposed the kid. But naturally, one's going to say, okay, he disposed of the kid. You don't know where, but he took the kid to your father's house property and sneaked on the property and put the child in your playhouse and then drove off and nobody saw him. Stay woke, everybody. More lies. And the woman is speaking from, her opinion. She can't speak on rollovers and, rolling over on the top of a child and all that because what did we say? She never called 911 to say, hey, I'm here. I just woke up. My baby's not breathing. Can you send an ambulance? And then you explain the situation to the dispatcher on the phone and the EMTs when they get there. That never happened. So hell yeah, you can hypothesize 1,000 things, but the one thing you can't explain, drum roll, how did she get in the damn garbage can? So that's why all those hypotheses about how she died, they don't mean anything, because the girl's been lying the entire time about her child. And you got too many witnesses to come forward to say, she told me this, she told me this, she told me this. The truth never changes. So all these different people that you've told a version to, then you're implicating people having the kid, taking the kid, but then you'd say in the same breath, no, I don't think they hurt the kid. But then all of a sudden, when you realize none of those versions you were given was working out in your favor, here comes, oh, I rolled over on the kid and he took the kid out and I don't know what he did with the kid. And then somehow he said to himself, well, okay, I'm going to take this dead baby over to your daddy's house and put the baby in a plastic bag and wrap her head in foil in a blanket and put her in the shed and drive off. That don't even make no damn sense. That's why you know it's intentional, because the lies are intentional, which will lead you to believe the death of the child is intentional. You don't have anything to hide. You have no reason to lie about what happened to your kid, the whereabouts of your kid. You have no reason to implicate others in taking your kid, holding your kid hostage, so on and so forth. She deliberately killed that kid. Now, I don't know if that child was dead before it hit that can, or she wrapped the baby alive and just suffocated her alive. That's some cold shit. But the fact that the defense wants to come on and argue that, how can you say it's homicide? How can you say it's intentional? What part of wrapping the baby head in foil and wrapping the baby in a blanket did you miss? You know, there's 1,000 ways to, one, kill a person. 1,000 ways to dispose of a body. Just keep that in mind now. She put this baby in a plastic bag that already had trash in it. Eggshells, stay woke. Like it was nothing. Just threw a child head first to a plastic damn bag, wrapped up in foil and a blanket. And you want to come into court and argue about the baby could have died 50,000 different natural ways. Well, defense, prove it. Because you can't prove it either. Hello, Mike.
Let me ask it a different way. Anything about the autopsy, as well as the other things that you had said that you come to your conclusion that led you to believe that Evelyn Boswelll died from natural causes?
No.
Okay.
Her answer is no.
Question, anything based upon the history that you were given from law enforcement, the scene itself, plus your autopsy of Evelyn's body that led you to believe that Evelyn died from something accidental?
No.
Wow.
Please answer any questions that the defense has for you.
That's her findings. No accidental death. Homicidal asphyxiation. On her findings. And the scene of the child in the garbage can. Wow, wow, wow. Here we go. All right, everybody, put your hard hats on. Oh, my goodness.
After being a loyal...
This is a very sad case, once again, of a child not wanted, not loved, not being taken care of properly, and thrown out like trash. Unalive and thrown out like trash. And just the audacity to come into court and bicker with the ME and 2 medical examiners about their findings is so despicable. Because in the end, Mr. Attorney, you're not a doctor. She's a doctor, you're not. Just like she's not a lawyer. And you don't know what happened to this kid. And she's giving her best rendering on what she found at the scene of the crime, the state of the body and the remains, and what she found under a microscope. It is what it is. Oh, Lord. I can't even imagine what the pictures look like. Lord have mercy.
Good afternoon, Dr. Smith. I'm Gene Scott. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good. Thank you.
I think we've met once before. It's good to see you. I do have some questions about your report and your conclusions. And I guess I'd like to know what you relied on in forming your report. You talked about the investigations of law enforcement. Obviously, you did an autopsy on the body. Did you go through Evelyn's medical records, the OB records when her mom was pregnant with her, and her pediatrician records?
I routinely go through the medical records. I remember going through the pediatric records, but I don't remember the OB/GYN, but I might have went through them.
Do you think it would have been helpful to have done that?
Yes, I always review the medical records on children.
So he's been an ass already. You think it'd have been helpful? Ooh.
This message will finish up by asking you if anything could be said to convince you this was by natural causes somehow. And it's your opinion it could not be, I assume.
Based on my autopsy examination, no.
Let's talk about your autopsy examination. Are there any medical findings of the cause of death, or is it simply the way the body was placed?
There are no natural medical disease processes to support her death.
Yet there are no medical basis for her death based on your autopsy, are there? For instance, we'll give you a hypothetical. If the child were found laying on a table,
Here we go.
as opposed to the trash can, would anything have changed about the findings you found in your autopsy report about her medical conditions?
No.
So, you mentioned in your report that there's a possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in a trash can cannot be excluded, correct?
Yes,
You cannot conclude that either.
that's correct.
You don't know one way or the other.
That's correct.
Okay. So
I'm going to ask before he gets started, because he's getting ready to drill this lady down. Was Evelyn alive or deceased when she got into the plastic bag? Because you hear the ME say, I can't say either way. But her findings is that she believes the child, was asphyxiated, assumably alive, before getting in the plastic bag. So, Megan, you could answer that question for us. How about that? You're sitting there in trial, sitting there covering your head and acting all distraught at the pictures of your dead kid. Well, you put her there. I believe you put her there. I believe you killed her. I believe you put her there. So, maybe the ME should have told him, why don't you ask the person whose table you sitting at if the baby was dead or alive when she was wrapped with the foil and put in a damn blanket? How about that? Ask your damn client. Client, did you put your kid in the blanket alive or dead? How about that? Going round and round with this lady. But we get it. That's his job. He's got to cast reasonable doubt. And God knows he did his best.
Causes, there's no sign of disease or anything in natural causes, correct?
There is signs of disease processes. Yes.
In this autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, what are they?
There is a valve, which is just the septum between the atria and the heart, did not close properly.
So there was an issue with the child's heart valve?
I wouldn't call it an issue, but yes, there was a defect in her heart valve.
I would think the defect, whether you take issue with the word issue or not, it is a defect. It's not good.
Imagine turning your...
He's trying to trap this lady so he can later say, well, you said this and you can't go back and this ain't what you said in the report. She's making sure to make sure she words everything carefully. What she's trying to say is, I'm not getting ready to say either or. I'm not getting ready to say the defect is good, bad. What I'm saying is that's what I found at that time. But I don't know that the child had a heart problem. That's where this is getting ready to go. Okay? For all we know, it could have happened when she got shoved down in the damn garbage can. Ting, ting, ting. How about that? I mean, due to the fact that her head was shoved down in the damn garbage can and flattened, if you all didn't know that. Stay woke now. Her body was shaped in a backwards S. Come on with it, Queen, because somebody ain't listening. Why would we be shocked that something could have gotten crushed down inside of her body if she was already contorted in a backwards letter S? Her face was mushed down into a fucking garbage can. And you want to sit up here and argue about a damn heart valve issue. Okay. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Is a defect in one's heart healthy?
No.
Did Evelyn have heart problems?
Could that defect have led to the child's death? Is that possible?
It's a possibility.
You can't rule it out in this case, can you?
Based on the findings of the histological examination, looking at it under the microscope, I didn't see any changes in the heart. The decedent in the medical records had no symptoms. Normally it closes around age 4 or 5 and they're not symptomatic. They can be symptomatic, but it's usually documented.
So you cannot rule out that as
a cause of death.
how?
Lord.
She did not have any symptoms or signs of there being trouble with her heart.
Is that not something that can come on instantly with your heart?
Yes.
So how do you rule out that that didn't happen?
Oh my God.
There were no changes that show the effect of that. It's common to see it.
Oh my goodness.
How did you rule out that?
Did you see this? Are you hearing this nonsense? He is not a doctor. You studied law, sir, not medicine. She already told you she looked under the microscope. She didn't see anything to allude to the fact that the child had a defective heart valve. She already said that. And you're going to try to make her say something different than what she put in the report. That's the purpose of her taking the tissue from the child's body and putting it under the microscope. That's the purpose of the microscope. That's the purpose of doing the scope, is to check all the organs to make sure the child had this or the child didn't have this. That's what you do in an autopsy. You check every organ from the brain all the way down to the top of the toe. And she tells you she didn't find anything in the heart valve. As I just said, who's to say, something happened with the, you asphyxiating a person and then you shoving them down in a damn garbage can. Lord have mercy, Jesus. Somebody call the paramedics, please.
Sudden infant death syndrome is a diagnosis of exclusion. If you're found in the manner that the decedent was, and it's upside down in the trash can, it's not sudden infant death syndrome.
Come on with it.
If the child died of sudden infant death syndrome and then was placed in the trash can, that is possible, isn't it?
rage, but yes, you're right. It could be a sudden death and then placed in the trash can.
It could be possible in this case.
Oh my God, she just said it.
I would move it a sudden infant death syndrome.
You said they usually die younger, but sudden infant death syndrome goes up to the age of around 12 months, and there's really not a defined end to it, is there? It becomes less common. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there are factors that we really don't know what sudden infant death syndrome is, do we?
That's correct.
He just wants that woman to agree with him about SIDS and heart valve issues, and she stated to him at the beginning what she found under the microscope. He's going to try to make her say otherwise than what she's already put in her report. That's the purpose of an autopsy. They check your heart. They weigh your heart. They weigh all of it, your liver, your kidney, all of that. They check and dissect all of those things. Don't you think she would put that in her report? This is what I found wrong with the child's organs besides asphyxiation. You just don't like the fact that that's what her finding is, that she believes the child was asphyxiated, she was murdered.
But there have been factors determined that can maybe lead to that. That say there's a higher instance of SIDS with kids who have these conditions, certain conditions. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an intrauterine growth restriction when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
That could be one of the factors that leads to a SIDS death, can it?
Yes.
And what is that exactly?
So are you also aware that as of her 10-4 visit, Evelyn suffered from acute pharyngitis?
I reviewed the records, but I can't remember everything that was in the records. I reviewed the records.
Would it help you to see the records?
I'm going to have to Google that.
Sure.
1 second, everybody. He's coming here with all these fancy words.
Withdraw in 67 cases. Okay, I'll show this to you. Doctor, I would direct you to her October the 4th visit. Page 37 and 38.
I'm sorry. Is it towards the back?
Yes, 37 and 38. If you look at the page numbers at the top
Oh,
right.
I see. I'm sorry. Okay.
Child suffered from acute pharyngitis. Is that correct?
All right, everybody, I'm going to give you a definition of that in case you don't know what it is. I had to go Google it. I meant to do it earlier. I got sidetracked. Okay, pharyngitis. Inflammation of the pharynx. The causes include viral infections such as common cold, pox, flu, bacterial infections such as streptococcus, diphtheria infections. The risk factors include age, smoking, allergies such as pollen, dust, pet dander, mold, frequent sinus infections, being around an infected person. The person can cause the virus bacteria to spread by sneezing or coughing, exposure to certain chemicals. If untreated, the complications may include ear infection, sinusitis, abscesses near the tonsils. Okay, so When we look at the fact that this trailer was nasty, come on with it, Queen. We're talking about this child catching anything. I told you all that the other day after that man testified how filthy the trailer was. Okay? Fecal matter, dirty diapers, open jugs of milk. The house was contaminated. It ain't no telling how she caught it. So she could have caught it from the common cold, chicken pox, flu. How do we know? She hasn't got her immunizations. See? Ding, ding, ding. Lots of things. Caught it from somebody else. And she might have been irritable, especially if she got an ear infection, abscess near the tonsils. Okay? Then we hear about the sore throat, pharyngitis, causes and treatment, such as viral infections, allergies, acid reflux, mouth breathing. You're going to hear about that as well. Ain't no telling what was wrong with this little girl. I'm just going to keep it real. My thing is this. Once you are in a contaminated environment, anything can be wrong with you. That's just common sense. Don't know if they had cats, dogs, and if she's not emptying the trash, she's not cleaning up, she's leaving dirty diapers around, which everybody knows you can get very ill from fecal matter, urine. The little girl was wet all the time, had a serious rash. We have the babysitter who testified to that during court, that there were scratch marks on her buttocks where the child's been scratching in the sores. Are you serious? Then the kids are they're germaphobes, little babies. They're touching her eyes or with their fingers. Think about that. She's touching back there, touching her frontal probably because she's itching. She's broken out from a rash. Then she might touch her eye, touch her nose. Are you serious? And this nasty ass heathen sitting in court didn't even change her fucking baby's diaper. We have a witness testify to that. They went out to eat at the Chili's restaurant, and the little girl was nasty, she said. Nasty, dirty, and she smelled. Checkmate. Now, you don't want to talk about that. You didn't want to beat that witness up about that. How nasty the little girl was. That's two different people who've come into court to tell the same damn story. The child smelled of urine. Had a serious bum rash. So as I said, you imagine checking touching yourself and scratching yourself and touching your mouth and your nose and stuff. Then you got to think about who this child's been exposed to, sick. And when you're living in a house that's full of germs and nastiness, the little girl's crawling around in that. Come on now. This is jacked up. But I wanted to bring you a definition of that pharyngitis, or what it is.
Acute pharyngitis is an infection.
Yes.
And it's a virus, is that right? A viral infection?
It can be.
Okay. And that infection can progress toward the respiratory system, can it not?
Yes.
Viral pharyngitis itself can increase the risk of SIDS. Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't ask I sounded curt with you, and I didn't mean to ask you a direct question.
Oh, yeah, you've been curt the whole damn
Please don't
time.
take offense to yes or no.
So let's ask that question, because that's where you're trying to take this damn bullshit. Did the child have acute pharyngitis that led to her death, led to SIDS? And Megan, oh my gosh, she got scared and wrapped her baby's head in full in a blanket and stuffed her in the garbage can because she was scared. Is that where you're taking this, sir? I'm going to say it again. I don't give a damn what this baby died from. Because logically, if the child died of a natural disease, why in the hell would this woman not call 911 to get medical services for her child? Even if the child was called to the touch, you still would call 911 or rush your child to the emergency room. The hell are you talking about? You're just going around and around and around, refusing to want to accept these people's findings bringing up all these damn things that you found in the baby's records that could be wrong with her, that still ain't got nothing to do with why the fuck she's wrapped in foil in a blanket and stuffed in a garbage can. So nobody's going to care if the child had acute pharyngitis, if the child had a faulty heart valve, if the child died of SIDS, if the child died in a sleep, if the child had pneumonia. We're just going to name all the things that can go wrong. How did she get in the garbage can, sir? Why is she in the garbage can, sir? Why would you wrap aluminum foil like you wrapping up a damn bird and stuffing it in a damn blanket and putting it in a plastic bag and putting it in a damn garbage can in a playhouse, a nasty, filthy playhouse that nobody was using. And now you want to come into court and drill these people to death about things that could have been wrong with the child. And she could have died of SIDS. She could have died of a lot of things. It don't matter. You're trying to deflect the fact she's in that fucking can. That's what you're doing. You're trying to deflect the garbage can. You're doing a bias moment right now. This is Casey Anthony 2.0. Let's talk about everything besides finding the kid thrown out. Let's talk about who had her last. Let's talk about mommy and daddy had her. Let's go now. Oh, she drowned in the pool. Daddy says she drowned. He panicked. But yet he's a former police officer. He don't think to call 911. That's exactly what you're pulling here. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But coulda, woulda, shoulda don't got nothing to do with why she's in a garbage can.
Child also suffered from gastroesophageal reflux. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And let's go there. What the hell is a 15-month-old having gastro issues? You know I'm going to Google all of this. Why would somebody that little have gastrointestinal problems? I can give you one reason. Look who was raising her. Look how she was living. Jesus Christ.
What is that?
It's when the food comes back up through the sphincter.
Oh, I'm getting ready to Google that, honey.
Food goes through the esophagus into the stomach, and there's a sphincter that keeps it from coming back up into the esophagus and to go down, continue into the intestines for digestion, and it comes back up into the esophagus.
And can that lead to laryngeospasms?
Yes.
What is a laryngeospasm?
This is where the muscle contracts.
A child can die from a laryngeospasm, can it?
Yes.
Also suffered from ankyloglossia. I may not be saying that right, but you know what I mean?
It sounded good. Yes.
What is that?
They call it tongue tie. Your lower frenulum is not long, it's short. And so they really can't poke the tongue out very far.
The research shows that can lead to an increased cause of sudden infant death syndrome, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know one way or the other.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition.
Well, (10 to 25% of children who are advised to visit a pediatrician, GI physician, approximately 17% of high school age students report symptoms connected to irritable bowel, IBS. That's usually what you hear for bigger children, okay? So GERD, everybody knows what that is. Heartburn in children, infants could result in GERD diagnosis. Some typical signs. Symptoms are belching, lack of a desire to eat, throwing up, abdominal discomfort, hiccups, gagging or choking, lactose intolerance. These treatable issues among the gastrointestinal disorders that may affect children of all ages. It occurs when the child's body is unable to metabolize lactose, to sugar present in dairy. So let's ask that question. Was the child allergic to milk? Could it be that she needed a certain type of milk? Bloating, gas, watery, or loose stools, or a stomach ache. Experience after consuming dairy products are all indications of lactose intolerance. Taking lactase enzymes prior to eating dairy can allow the body to process lactose properly. Now we're talking about also having constipation. Inflammatory bowel disease, celiac disease. This is a condition where an adverse reaction develops as a result of ingesting products containing gluten. So then you got to ask yourself that. Was the child allergic to gluten? Okay, it's a protein present in rye, barley, wheat. If uncontrolled, it could cause serious damage in the small intestine and keep your child from taking in the necessary nutrients from the food they consume. Also, if the child had a rash, I also read that on the other page. So see, there could be a lot of things why the child had gastro issues. At 15 months, I've never heard of such.
Things I've asked you about.
Just asking, just bringing this information to you.
I ruled them out as the cause of death.
But how? Based on what?
Based on the autopsy examination and the circumstances surrounding the death.
Please tell me what medical evidence in the autopsy report rules them out. I'm not talking about the child is found in the trash can. What medical evidence in that report rules those things out? You can't rule out SIDS with an autopsy, can you?
I'm going to ask that you ask only one question at a time.
Sorry.
No, you cannot.
No, this is the medical examiner testifying.
I ruled it out.
You did, but you don't have any reason to do that, do you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
A forensic examination is not based only on the autopsy. The autopsy helps you out. It's based on all the circumstances surrounding the death.
What circumstances allows you to rule that out without medical proof, doctor?
I did not see any bone fractures. I didn't see enough natural disease that I thought it would account for her death.
Bone fractures have nothing to do with SIDS today.
No.
Natural disease has nothing to do with identifying SIDS.
Let me give you some more information on this gastro issue that they found with baby Evelyn. Okay. Now, abdominal pain that can't go away, heartburn and regurgitation, such as eating too much pizza, experience heartburn, painful feeling just behind the breastbone in the middle of the chest. Your child might describe this uncomfortable sensation as moving up toward their throat. Heartburn is a common symptom of esophageal reflux called GERD, and gastro reflux, GERD, is when the contents of the stomach rise up to the esophagus. While GERD can happen occasionally, GERD is when symptoms like heartburn persist over time. Children with GERD, especially in infants, may also experience regurgitation, which is when the stomach contents make it past the esophagus and into the throat or the mouth. This can cause your child to taste that food or stomach acid, leading to vomiting. Other symptoms of GERD in children include nausea, abdominal, chest pain, trouble swallowing, persistent diarrhea. Occasional diarrhea, loose, watery stools is normal, goes away on its own. Frequent diarrhea could be a sign of a more serious problem. It also can lead to other issues like dehydration, weight loss, malnutrition, not having enough nutrients. So, the child probably didn't get enough nutrients. If she's eating fast food, which we saw that in the trailer, pizza boxes thrown in the floor, you're feeding heavy food to a baby. Stay woke, everybody. If you've ever given a small baby something like, let's say, chicken nuggets, let's say, when they pass the bowel movement, it's not going to be like a regular bowel movement. It could be like little balls, okay? Seen this in a baby before, because their stomach has not grown equipped to digest that type of food, because that's more grown folks' food. Even though we see a lot of people feeding children chicken fingers, chicken tenders, but when you're talking about a child like 1 year old, 9 months, the stomach is not developed fully to digest that type of food, okay? Now, the diarrhea says persistent diarrhea is a symptom of short bowel syndrome, a group of conditions related to the inability to absorb nutrients properly. This can result from surgery, damage to the small intestine, or lack of enough movement in the intestines. Short bowel syndrome can also occur when children are born with a short small intestine or part of their bowel is missing. In addition to diarrhea, children with short bowel syndrome may experience bloating, cramping, excess gas, vomiting. So was the little girl vomiting? Did she have gas? Was her stomach bloated? Was her stomach cramping? Due to the fact that she had a trifling mother, I wouldn't even see this woman addressing any of these issues. I'm just going to keep it real. Now, let's go to skin rashes and breathing problems. The little girl did have a severe rash on her bottom. That was mentioned in court by the babysitter. Now, your child's immune system is always hard at work and sometimes works a little too hard. If they experience skin rashes or breathing problems shortly after eating, they may have a food allergy, okay? So did the child have a food allergy? This goes back to the gluten and everything. For all we know, the child was allergic to certain things, like we said, lactose, gluten, may have been eating peanuts, eating things she didn't have no business eating. Mother doesn't care. You understand what I'm saying? So it says when the body overreacts to proteins in food, occur in about 1 in 13 children. While any food can trigger a reaction, common food allergens include cow's milk, peanuts, eggs, wheat, soy, tree nuts like pecans, cashews. Skin rashes from a food allergy can appear as itchy spots, swelling, hives, tiny red spots that resemble mosquito bites. Breathing problems include wheezing, sneezing, tightness in the throat. These symptoms can occur alongside secondary gastrointestinal issues like nausea, diarrhea, vomiting. If your child displays signs of food allergies, they may be referred to a pediatric allergy specialist at times. Pediatric gastroenterologists for serious symptoms seek immediate medical attention. And then there's 5, blood in the stool. Blood will give any parent reason to worry. It can be an indicator of a serious problem if it's in the stool. Look like red streaks in the stool or make the stool appear black. Everybody knows if your bowel is black, you need to hurry up and see a doctor immediately. This can be caused by colon polyps, which are growths in the colon or rectum. While colon polyps aren't necessarily a problem with digestion, they can cause digestive issues, including constipation, diarrhea. Okay, colon polyps occur 1 in 2 of children, 1 to 2% of children, and generally develop in children under the age of 10. Colon polyps are not usually cancerous, but they can turn into cancer if they aren't removed. Blood in the stool can also be a sign of ulcerative colitis, especially if combined with abdominal pain. All right, so basically what they're saying, if you see any concerns pertaining to your child's digestive health, you talk to the pediatrician or a gastroenterologist. See, all this goes back to the fact that this child wasn't taken care of properly. So there's no telling what could have been wrong with her. She's not digesting her food properly because she's probably eating things she didn't have no business eating. You cannot feed a 1-year-old pizza, chicken nuggets and shit, burgers all day. Their stomach is not equipped for that. As I said, you don't know if she was lactose intolerant. You don't know if she's eating foods that she was allergic to, such as peanuts, tree nuts, cashews. And you just stuffing the baby, letting her eat anything. Because I find it strange, a 15-month-old baby has been seen and having gastro problems. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's not good at all.
Yes, it does.
What does it?
It rules out SIDS.
Okay, so this natural disease, you say it rules out SIDS. It doesn't identify SIDS, does it?
No, it does not.
It rules it out. Right.
That's correct.
How did you rule out co-sleeping and being rolled on in the bed as a cause of death?
I used it based on the circumstances surrounding the death.
Again, if the body were found laying on a table, not in that trash can, you couldn't rule out co-sleeping as a cause of death either, could you?
I would review everything, the circumstances surrounding the death.
Hypothetically, if that happened, could you rule that out?
I would have to know why the baby was on the table.
So it is possible that a child that size and age could die from co-sleeping.
Yes, it's possible.
Oh my goodness. This man is hideous.
Let me ask you about the leaves you talked about in the baby's hair.
Yes.
Okay. Was that wrapped up under the blanket in the tinfoil?
Yes.
Okay. So you testified that there were leaves in the shed.
Yes.
Are you saying inside of the shed?
Yes.
Okay, sir, where are you trying to take this? What are you trying to say? The baby crawled in there, wrapped herself up, fell in the garbage can, and suffocated. What are you saying? Because you know he's going somewhere with asking about the leaves and the leaves being wrapped up in a child's hair, wrapped up in being inside of the garbage can. I don't know how the leaves got in there. I don't really care, quite frankly. My point is still, how did she get in the damn trash can? So we can go round and round all day about SIDS, digestive issues, heart valves. Somebody rolled over on her for the last time. How did she get in the garbage can in a plastic bag wrapped in a blanket and full? Who cares about fucking leaves? She just told you there were leaves in the damn shed. Maybe the mother picked up a blanket at the last minute and drug it across the floor and it already had leaves in it. Who knows? Nobody cares. I definitely don't care. I don't care about no damn leaves. Because my thing is the plastic bag itself had eggshells in it. So for all I know, that's what she last put in that plastic, what she put in the plastic bag before she put her damn baby in there. You understand what I mean? She just grabbed the garbage can, said, okay, I'm going to wrap the baby up, throw the baby in the damn garbage pail. We don't even know if the garbage pail was already in the damn shed. I don't know. They'd have to test the bugs and the larvae and all that to determine how old the bugs were, the maggots and all of that. In the end, quit talking around the subject. How did the baby get in the damn garbage can? How about that? That's what I'm talking about.
Were there any in the trash can?
I don't remember that. I don't recall that.
Lord have mercy.
So,
but yes, I'm sorry. They were in her hair inside the trash can.
I think I followed your logic there. But
So how did they get in her hair, the leaves?
There are leaves inside of Evelyn's hair, wrapped in a blanket, wrapped in tinfoil in the trash can.
Oh my God.
Right?
I'm drowning.
Other than that, were there other leaves in the trash can?
I don't recall.
Still don't matter.
So, when you describe this death as homicidal violence, you describe that it's based on the child being found in the trash can. Is that correct?
And the investigation, yes.
Okay, but not your medical findings.
Yes, my medical findings. In addition.
There were no findings of violence in your autopsy, were there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can.
Okay. Were there any broken bones?
No.
Okay. At this point, soft tissue, it was hard to determine any kind of damage to soft tissue. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. So there were no
Now that's very relevant right there. Okay? Because he wants to try to portray this situation as a non-violent scenario. You can't, in your right mind, say this is a non-violent scenario. Soft tissue or not can't prove broken bones, broken leg, broken arms. It doesn't matter. It is violent because you have to use deduction, common sense for the upteenth time. How do you explain a 15-month-old wrapping herself up in swathing of blankets and aluminum foil and going head first into a plastic bag, leaves, eggshells. Who cares? Who cares? I don't give a fuck what was in that fucking garbage can, plastic bag. She just told you there were leaves in the shed itself. Leaves grow, they fly on the doors. When you open a door, if it's a windy day, the leaves can blow inside of the damn shed. Duh. Where are you going with this nonsense? You're talking around the subject, and I see what you're doing. You're wanting the jury to not focus on the baby in the bag, which I don't know how you think these people are not going to sit here and try to rationale. How does a 15-month-old climb herself into a garbage can head first and contort her body backwards? I want you all to sit there and think about that. The baby was shaped like a backwards S. I want you to think about that. Her body was contorted into a backwards letter S. Buttocks, feet, all that touching each other. So, sir, all this going around and around about leaves in her hair, leaves in a garbage can, leaves in the playhouse, who cares? How did she get in there, first of all? Can, sir? Oh, we don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about hypotheses. Oh, well, what if she's lying on the table? What if she was? What's your point? So the medical examiner, she keeps going back and forth with him. But she wasn't on the table. I can only give you the finding according to what I saw the day I walked into the playhouse. I can't give you a hypothesis of lying on the table, hanging from the tree, or lying in the driveway, because that's not what I found. So the lady can only give him a report on what she saw when she entered the playhouse where the child was found. That's all she can do. And then all she can do is go look at the child's medical records, compare it to what she finds under a microscope, compare it to the child's organs and the state of the remains. And once again, soft tissue here, you couldn't tell if perhaps the child had some type of injury done to her body. So we don't know if this dizzy wench broke a leg, arm, whatever, because of the state of decomposition. And you've heard that many times in true crime that they couldn't give you a cause of death because of the state of the remains. Lord have mercy. Somebody help me out.
Medical findings of violence in your report, was there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can.
I'm asking.
They're going to take a break because this bozo wants to argue manner of death. He does not want to accept the fact that she says it's homicide. And look at this dodo bird in court, sitting there twitching and covering, and she was crying and shit when they first started showing the pictures of the baby in the garbage can. You put her there. What are you crying for? Yeah, I'm on one. Covering her head in court. Oh, I don't want to look at the pictures. I don't want to look at the pictures. I guess you don't look at your handiwork. You need to look at your handiwork because you put her there. I believe she put her there. I don't believe nobody else is involved.
Doctor, let's make sure we're on the same page. I'm asking about medical causes that you found in autopsy. Now, being placed in a trash can, are you describing that as a medical cause?
No.
So, medical causes and medical diagnosis that you have, there's no medical issue showing this is a homicidal violence, is there?
No.
And you can't say that the child was dead or alive when it was in the trash can, can you?
That's correct.
Lord have
Can I have
mercy.
just a minute, Judge?
So he's telling her, you can't say if the child was dead or alive before going into the trash can. And she says yes. He also does not want to admit that she considers this a violent death. So what he wants to say is, well, there's no broken bones, so it can't be considered violent. I beg to differ. When did being asphyxiated, come on with it, Queen. When did becoming asphyxiated become a minor type of death? I'll let that sit right there. If that is her finding, I'm going to go ahead and agree with the damn medical examiner. If she and the other lady from my area here in Knoxville, Tennessee, Ms. Rusnick, she's a very famous medical examiner. She's testified in many trials in Knoxville, true crime. Why are they going to lie about the child was asphyxiated? That's their findings. Dead or alive, whether she was asphyxiated, then put in the damn garbage can, or the mother put her hand over her face or covered her face with something, suffocated her, then wrapped her in the foil in a blanket. What difference does it make? Asphyxiation is asphyxiation. How's that not violent? Somebody in the chat, please talk to the Queen. How is this not a violent death? I think some of you need to Google asphyxiation. You might be stunned what you read. When I covered the Camille McKinney case out of Alabama, this was an issue, this asphyxiation bullshit. And I'm trying to tell you, it ain't nothing nice. Okay? Strangulation, asphyxiation, drowning. They are horrible deaths deemed by any medical professional. Hello, how you doing? A doctor had said in one finding that drowning is more painful than being choked or asphyxiated. Now, one would say, well, Queen, how would that doctor know that? He ain't never died to come back to life to tell us. Well, he's going on, I guess, what they find in the autopsy. You know, with your water filling up with lungs, the water's going in your nose. And many of you have seen what it's like when you're in the shower, you're washing your hair or whatever, and you go under that damn faucet, that shower head, and that water goes down your nose. You know how horrible that feeling is. It's a horrible feeling because you're sitting there damn near jumping up and down in the shower trying to get that damn water out your damn nose. Okay, so now imagine you're sucking down a river and a lake or a swimming pool. Stay woke. So this dodo bird defense attorney wants to try to downplay asphyxiation like it's not violent. The fuck it. Like they said, let me hold your head down in a swimming pool, water. Let me see how you feel. Let me cover your nose and your mouth. Let me strangle you to death and let you see what it feels like. You've heard the horrible situations pertaining to being strangled. Eyes popping out, bulging out from the fierceness of being strangled. They're all similar. So to sit up here in court and act like, oh, it's no big deal. She's asphyxiated. Or you don't have no proof she's asphyxiated. She could have died from SIDS. She could have died from a faulty heart valve. She could have had gastrointestinal issues. She could have had throat issues. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Nobody cares. Because we weren't there. But what we do know, it seems intentional. Due to the fact the mother has been lying from day one about the whereabouts of her child. She implicated other people in the disappearance of her child. And then they finally find the kid in a fucking shed, stuffed in a damn garbage can, wrapped up in foil. And I'm supposed to sit here and worry about her having health problems and dying of SIDS and all this other shit. Who cares? That's not what I'm going to be thinking about once somebody says, oh, guess what? We found a kid in a garbage can. I'm going to sit here and be like, oh my God. Well, did she have a heart problem? I want you all to sit here and think about that. When you hear that a person died of asphyxiation, strangulation, they drowned in a swimming pool, what is the first thing comes to your mind? It ain't, oh, did he have a heart problem? Did he have a heart problem? Did he have irritable bowel? When did you ever hear somebody say that when you heard that somebody was strangled or suffocated to death? Put a bag over their face. What is the first thing that comes to your mind? You don't come up with, oh, did he have irritable bowel syndrome? I heard he had acid reflux. Get the hell out of here. Stay on topic, everybody. This defense attorney is hideous. You see this a lot with representation of clients in court. They just go around and around on the subject. They refuse to address the issue at hand. The child was found in a garbage can. Nobody's going to give a damn about what was wrong with the baby. If the child died accidentally, the right thing to do would be to call 911. Hey, my child's not breathing. Hey, I think my child fell off the bed. Hey, I rolled over on my kid while sleeping. That's the right thing to do. When you see a child or a human being wrapped in any type of garment, you're going to believe it is homicide because it makes no sense to, one, dispose a body if it's an accident. Now, do people dispose of accidents, drug overdoses? Yes, they do. They don't want to be implicated in selling of drugs or passing of drugs. And here in my state, you go down. So if you were sitting here and you gave a person a drug overdose, blah, 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 your ass is going down. But this ain't that type of party.
Let me ask you this, Doctor. You talked about leaves in the shed. You were there directing when the baby was taken out of the trash can.
Yes, that's correct.
And I assume that you and your team were very careful that nothing got on the baby once it was taken out of the trash can and the trash bag before being placed on the body bag.
That's correct.
It would not have been a source of leaves from you all's contamination.
No.
So, Doctor, based on your medical findings, not based on the baby being found in the trash can, but medical findings, is there anything to support abuse as a cause of her death?
I'm sorry, you have to define abuse.
Thank you.
Abuse.
I still don't understand.
She can't answer that.
Any broken bones?
No.
Well, I'm trying to.
Exactly. You all have already discussed that. The state of the body couldn't show if there were broken bones or not. I'm sick of this fucker here. He's just doing the most. She's not going to change her finding, sir. She's not going to change her finding.
Any broken bones?
No.
Any signs of prior broken bones?
No.
Judge, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Jesus.
Dr. Smith, thank you. Good to see you.
She can't wait to go back to Florida. The hell out of Tennessee. Hell, she probably never wants to come back here. All right, everybody, that's law and crime. This is where I have a problem. Somebody made a comment on one of these shows about a broken arm or leg. So I'd like to know, where is that person getting that information? And as you heard in this testimony, she wouldn't know if the child's leg is broke, arm broke, because of the soft tissue and the state of decomposition. So now let's ask that question. Were there any broken bones ever exacted by Megan Boswell towards her child at any point up until death. You are going to hear Vinnie Politan. I'm going to go ahead and play this content as well while I'm live. Just go ahead and play it and get it over with. Oh, Lord have mercy. I think I'm going to do a separate live on this topic. The search for Evelyn around February 23rd. Cadaver dogs went out to the property, Tommy Boswell's property, to search for the child. But nothing came about until March, probably, like a week later. So where I have the problem is this. Why didn't the cadaver dog or dogs hit on remains in that playhouse? Because when they went back in March, that is where they found the baby. So did this heathen hide the baby somewhere else and then double back once she got nervous with all these interrogations and questions? She said to herself, I got to move the body because it can't be but one or the other. Megan Boswell hid the baby A, went double back, hid the body B, 2 places. Or the dog was not trained properly. Which is it? I'm going to put up a poll because something's not right here. And you're going to hear that in this next audio video by Mr. Vinnie Politan, Court TV. This is information I had never heard up until now. And this ain't good to me because I want to know why the dog didn't hit on that fucking shed. Because if the dog is trained properly, he or they, however many dogs they use, should have hit on the shed immediately. And like they said, you could smell her. That's why I said this girl is dizzy as all get out. You think because you wrapped a baby in a fucking blanket, in a plastic bag, in an open garbage can. I don't know if there was a lid on it, but they say there's a fingerprint on the lid, but we didn't see that. And, when they show us the garbage can with her body, a piece of her leg hidden in photographs, it's still going to stink. She's going to stink regardless. She's going to smell. So lid on, lid off, the little girl is going to smell. It's a body. So I want to know why a cadaver dog did not hit on that playhouse. Did Megan Boswell hide the baby's body somewhere else? Got scared of wherever she hit the body first and then doubled back and took the baby and hid the baby in that damn playhouse. Make it. You're going to hear that in this next commentary. This is the evidence against Megan Boswell. Wow. What a mess. I can't wait till this trial gets over with. Sorry about that. They show so many damn commercials.
I'm Vinnie Politan. The subject of my investigation is the death of baby Evelyn, a little girl who was reported missing almost 2 months after the last time anyone saw her. It is beyond tragic. Here's the story. Little baby Evelyn, a blue-eyed, blonde-haired bundle of absolute joy, was born in Tennessee. Her mom was Megan Boswell, a 17-year-old single mother. Evelyn and Megan lived on her family's compound with Evelyn's grandparents, Tommy and Angela, and Evelyn's uncle, Tommy Jr. At some point in December of 2019, Evelyn went missing, but no one reported her gone until February of 2020. It was her grandfather who called police, not her mother. When the investigation began, Megan's story allegedly changed and turned out to be false. She reportedly said Evelyn was with Grandma Angela and her grandma's boyfriend. Megan was arrested for providing false information. Then, Evelyn's body was found on the family compound in Megan's old playhouse. She was placed upside down in a trash can where she died. That trash can and all of its contents are crucial evidence in this case, and prosecutors believe Megan is the one who is responsible, and they have charged her with the murder of this little angel.
Beautiful baby.
It's hard to believe. Every time you cover this case, you cover this story, you get into the facts, you don't understand how anyone could do this. And it's a common theme that we see in the cases and the deaths of these young children. Like, how and why would you ever harm a young child? Especially your own, for goodness sake. That's the allegation here. Now, she was found in a trash can. Think about that, right? A child who's 13, maybe 15 months old, disposed of with the garbage in a trash can. I want you to take a look at a dramatic moment from inside the courtroom when the jury got to see that trash can where they found baby Evelyn.
Once you try a comfort hoodie, you can't go.
All right, brief intermission. I can't imagine being, once again, detectives, the medical examiner. I can't imagine being a juror sitting there looking at the photographs of the baby. I think they're probably showing them limited pictures, as not to gross the jury members out. But this is devastating. And sadly, this happens at least 500 so times a year per FBI stats of children who are unalived by their parents or caretakers. At least 500 children a year are murdered by their parents each year. So why, as I have always said, pertaining to the stories I've covered on this network, why would I think this person didn't kill their kid, especially when you have got no new evidence, no arrests? You got to prove either way, right? He did it, she did it, didn't do it, neighbor did it, friend did it. Where's the child? In this case, a child was discovered. Some may think she didn't do it. Some may think somebody else did it. I don't think anybody else did it, because in the end, they've told you that in interrogation. All roads, all lies, all stories, all versions led back to Megan Boswelll.
This is the trash can we found that night at Muddy Creek. Yes, this trash can has gone under what I would say significant analysis at this point. This black residue is going to be from the lab in Nashville, placing dust on it in order to identify any fingerprints. Further, if I can set it down, if you can take a look around the rim and see how it looks irregular, that's not the way it looked that night.
When you say irregular, are you talking about the notches that are cut out?
Yes, yes, and you can see, there's tool marks where the lid of the trash can has been removed.
So it had a lid.
So that is not how it looked when you took it into evidence that night?
Correct.
Okay.
This was a piece of gum that was removed from the inside of the trash can that I just showed you. This is the trash can that was inside the playhouse.
Okay.
And this is the piece of gum that we removed.
And can you explain to the jury why parts have been removed from the bag that you're holding? I believe you're holding up part of that.
Yes, I am. Again, similar to the trash can, this has undergone significant forensic testing. You can see the powder of the residue that would have been done at the Nashville lab.
And he's holding that.
Insect debris that we found.
Disgusting.
In or on this trash bag. And this bag here has sheets of aluminum foil.
Oh, Lord.
Sheets that are by themselves. And there's a box where I placed some sheets inside this box at a later time.
Okay. And where was that aluminum foil recovered?
It was inside the trash can around the victim's head. This is another piece that's wadded up that has some material on it.
Material? What do you mean?
This is going to be a combination of human decomposition as well as trash that was in the trash can. These are boxes that contained hair that was found on the floor. Is another piece of aluminum.
Hair found on the floor. Oh my goodness. And everybody knows she had blonde hair. That is hair from the victim. That is what happens during decomposition. As most of you know, slippage from the skin during decomposition slides off from the body, and hair eventually, depending on how fast the body decomposes, hair becomes removed from the body, the scalp. I could scream right now. I could just scream. Megan, why'd you kill the kid? You wanted your freedom? You wanted a break? That's what you told the detectives. I wanted a break. Well, you got a break, all right. You got a whole break. Minus a kid. Why'd you kill the kid? Why'd you put the kid over there in that playhouse? How symbolic you put your child in your childhood playhouse. This happened allegedly December of 19. Allegedly. What's the symbolism between putting that child in your playhouse? How interesting. You put a child in the garbage can in your playhouse, of all places to dispose of a body. It's almost like you wanted her to be found because you put her in a playhouse on your father's property. Your father evicted you. Was this your ultimate revenge, Megan Boswelll, to say, fuck everybody? You're putting me out of here. You know I need a place to live. I'm having to take care of this 1-year-old. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I'll show you. I'll kill your grandkid. Checkmate. I'll kill your grandkid and I'll stuff her in a bag. Wrap her head with foil. Blanket. Put her in a trash bag. And I'll put her in the playhouse you built or you bought for me. Is there some symbolism with putting her in that playhouse? Stay woke, everybody. And now with the information you're going to hear about the cadaver dogs, something is off with this storyline. We've had so many lies told by Megan Boswelll. Now you've got to question the dog handler, the cadaver dog. Was the dog trained properly? Was the trainer trained properly? Or did she move the body originally somewhere and then went and picked up the body and said, nah, I'm going to move it. I'm going to put it on my daddy's property. Make it for this baby. Because that is one of the last versions she also gave. Oh, I think you can go check my daddy's house, my daddy's property. So now I got to ask you, Megan, why did you tell detectives to go to your daddy's house? Ting, ting, ting. Queen woke. I'm all day woke. You know exactly what you were doing. You sent these detectives on a wild goose chase. You implicated your mother. You implicated your boyfriend. You implicated everybody except for the babysitter and your grandma. Why not? Why didn't you implicate those two people? I'm curious. I find it very interesting. You didn't implicate the babysitter. You didn't implicate your grandmother. But in the end, you said, oh, go to daddy's house. Oof, voila. Second search, we find a baby in a playhouse. Stay woke, everybody. Did Megan Boswelll hide this baby somewhere else? Or the dog handler and the dog were not well trained because it can't be but one or the other. It can't be but one or the other. The baby was put there originally when she decided to kill the kid and put the kid there. Why did the cadaver dog not find this kid February 23rd? Somebody make sense, because I don't get it.
Aluminum foil.
Okay. How many pieces of aluminum foil?
This is one piece.
Okay.
If I open it up, it may break apart.
Right.
Because it was sort of
Wow.
fragile or not a solid sheet.
Okay.
By the way we recovered it.
Okay.
But it is one sheet.
Okay. And
Jesus
where was
Christ.
that recovered from?
This was around the head of the victim, Evelyn,
Jesus.
inside of the trash can recovered at Muddy Creek. This is the outfit that the victim was wearing that night.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. Oh, my goodness, this is bad. Oh my God.
Thank you.
Whew.
It is a fleece blanket.
Okay. Any other descriptive things that you can reference to let everyone get? What does it look like?
So it's white and has a like a running pattern through it.
Okay. And do you know where that was located?
Yes, this was inside the trash can.
Okay. And where was it located inside the trash can?
It was around the victim.
Welcome to a vacation that's...
Sorry about that. Brief intermission. So the blanket was wrapped around the child. Gray and white fleece blanket. Aluminum foil wrapped around the child's head. They placed it in a different bag for forensic reasons. One piece of foil. So I guess, Megan, you just pulled the foil out of the container, just zoop, 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 just rolled it out. Cut a piece of foil off, enough to wrap the baby's head in. I'm still trying to understand why the fuck are you wrapping a baby's head in aluminum foil? But then somebody would say, well, Queen, that's a stupid question because she's a dizzy broad. Hell, she killed a whole fucking kid. Why are we asking about a fucking piece of aluminum foil? But we're going to ask because it don't make no sense. You already got a whole blanket. So what was the purpose of the foil? Help me understand. I'm confused. Megan. What's the purpose of the foil wrapped around the baby's head? Were you trying to be gentle with the baby? Oh, I killed my kid. Let me wrap her up. I'll wrap her head in foil. I don't want to squish her head and push her in this garbage can. But oh, my dear, you did squish her head down in there. Matter of factly, you squished your baby so tight down in there, she became a backwards letter S. I said that. Your baby became a backwards letter S. Now, you all put that on paper. Because I'm sure many people listening to this are probably 2 minutes from throwing up. What is the significance of the aluminum foil? Your baby's head was smushed down in that fucking can. And when they pull your baby out, the blanket print was on the fucking baby's face. The baby's face was flattened when they pulled her out. So that's how hard you shoved her down in the garbage can. Love, I guess. I say no. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm gonna throw up.
I still have a hard time believing that we're talking about a trash.
Whew. Lord have mercy. Damn, man.
Okay.
Yeah, that's too much.
About this trash can, it brings us to the next.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
First question tonight in our investigation, which is, what does the evidence in the trash can tell us? Right? You bring it to a courtroom because you're trying to prove something. You're trying to tell the story to the jury. So what is the story that this evidence in the trash can is telling us? The trash can where Evelyn was found. Joining us, she's on the phone outside the courthouse in Bluntville, Tennessee tonight. Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Kraft is with us, and also joining us, retired police officer, 2 decades, an expert at analyzing crime scenes. He now trains the investigators who go to these scenes. Dr. Mike McCutcheon is with us. Thank you both. Kelly, let me start with you. What is the story that this evidence and this trash can is telling to the jury?
Well, hi there, Bay. A very heartbreaking story. And as several pieces of evidence were shown to the jury, you can just see a lot of them are visibly shaken when the investigators are bringing out a lot of this evidence and showing it to the jury, especially that trash can. And in the opening statements, the prosecutor said that the defendant in this case threw her baby away just like you throw away trash. So when they brought then that trash can out for everyone to see, it just tells the story exactly what the prosecutor was saying, that this baby was discarded like trash. So heartbreaking moments inside the courtroom as they showed the trash can, the onesie the baby was wearing, the aluminum foil, and several other pieces of evidence. And even at one jurors became ill because of the smell that was inside the courtroom because of this evidence thinning.
I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to let that sit right there. What they just said. Help me understand how the cadaver dog missed the kid. Now that a jury member becomes sick in the courtroom from the smell of the items coming out of the forensic bags. Come on with it, Queen. They are feet away from the witness box, and it still stinks. The onesie, the foil, the blanket. Ding, 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 ding. How did the cadaver dog miss the child February 23rd? Somebody help me understand. Anybody got any bright ideas? This is 5 years of evidence that still smells. Somebody don't hear me. This is 5 years of evidence that still has decomposition smell coming out of a bag. And it has permeated through the courtroom, and yet the dog went to the property and didn't hit on the fucking shed where she was in the garbage pail. Help me understand why not. Did Megan Boswelll put that baby in the shed after the search, the first search in February? Because now if this is true, where was she disposed of originally? Ding, 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 ding. I bet you ain't nobody got no ideas, but you know Queen does. Was she riding around with the baby in her car at first? Realized, yeah, I better get rid of this baby. I owe a car note. They're calling me about my car note. We know the baby wasn't found in the car because they would have found the baby in the car when the car got repossessed. So I'm trying to figure out, help me understand, where was the baby? That means the dog didn't know his job, or the dog handler didn't know his job, because something ain't adding up. Something ain't adding up. You check the houses to trailers on the property. Don't know how many trailers are on the property. But in the end, it doesn't matter. 2 trailers, 3 trailers, 5 trailers. The dog was supposed to hit on the remains because it's a cadaver dog. Each dog is trained to do something different. One dog is trained for the missing and alive, and another dog is trained as a cadaver dog. Why didn't the dog hit on the fucking playhouse? Somebody help me. Because something is missing from the story. Did Megan Boswelll hide her baby somewhere else round 1? And then said, nah, don't like this hiding place. They're fucking with me. They're asking me questions. They're on my trail. They're on my tail. I gotta ante up. I'm gotta get the baby back. And I gotta go take this baby over there to my daddy's house because I don't want nobody thinking I killed my kid. I've been gone, so it'll look good if I hide the baby, boom, on my daddy's property. I'm woke. That's why you told the cops to go check the house, is it not? Isn't that right, Megan? Didn't you tell the police, well, go check daddy's house? And then poof, voila. All of a sudden, here comes a whole kid in a trash can in a playhouse. But yet, a week before, the cadaver dog doesn't hit on anything. So help me understand, why didn't the cadaver dog hit on the playhouse February 23rd? Why did they only find the baby in March? 1st of March, March 5th or so. Make it make sense, everybody. Did she hide this kid somewhere else? She got scared because she realized she was becoming public enemy number one. She needed somebody to take the fall. So she said, oh, I'll go take the baby and hide the baby in the playhouse, and they'll think my daddy or brother or somebody put the baby there. But it still don't add up, sweetheart, because you're the one responsible for the kid, and you haven't reported the child missing. Bingo card. So you're still blamed either way. Checkmate.
Unbelievable. Dr. Mike McCutcheon, this is difficult work, line of work, right? This is what we're talking about. This is so important, so significant. And it seems like in this trash can where Evelyn was found, there's a lot of things that can tell us, can provide a lot of evidence and sort of tell the story to the jury. Talk to me about the aluminum foil, hair, the ones.
No coffee grounds found. What are you talking about?
To analyze this stuff, and what are you expecting to take away from all of it?
There's a few things that we have to look at when you're looking at this crime scene. As we get closer to the body, you have to analyze that as how did the suspect's DNA or fingerprints get on that? So the trash can itself, is it possible that someone else could have touched that trash can? Yes. Now we're going to use our circumstantial evidence and along with her statements, and yes, most likely she touched that trash can. But as we get closer to the aluminum foil that is actually wrapped around the baby, well, that you can't explain away. That you can't say, yeah, well, I had a trash can in my house and I put it out there and somebody else must have put the baby inside.
Exactly.
This, if there's any evidence on that aluminum foil, that is actually touching the body of the baby. And so therefore, that's going to be much stronger evidence. And that's the same with the gum that's in there. If you're processing that for DNA, what it's telling you is that whomever's DNA is on that gum was inside that trash can, utilizing that trash can.
Exactly.
So that's going to be a critical piece of evidence. So the analysis and actually the substrate, so the surface that they're testing, is fantastic for fingerprints and DNA evidence. It holds really well, and so what they'll be able to get from that will actually be, I don't want to say easy, but it's a much easier substrate to get evidence off of those than some other crime scenes that they may be having to deal with.
FYI, Megan Boswell's DNA is the gum. The gum found on the side of the trash bin belongs to Megan Boswell. Fingerprints on the foil, Megan Boswell. Other items in the trash bin, some are inconclusive. One unknown male DNA, I think on a water bottle. The point is, that trash can, I believe, came from her trailer. And I believe, as I said, she got pissed off when the father put her out. She killed her kid. But once again, what don't add up is the cadaver dog not hitting on the playhouse almost at the end of February. Make it make sense. Where was the kid? Why didn't the dog hit on that fucking playhouse? Yeah, this shit's got me wired up. Because that leads us to believe only two things. The dog wasn't trained properly, the handler wasn't trained properly, or she wasn't there February 23rd. She was somewhere else, so where was she? Did this woman hide the kid somewhere else, and then she got scared and said, oh, I got to get that kid on that property because they're looking at me now. I got to have a scapegoat. I got to make it look like my dad or my brother did it. Somebody else. Wasn't me.
Now, there was a second bag in that trash can. So there's a black bag. There's also a white bag. Let's listen.
Wow, 2 bags. Okay. Interesting. Didn't know that. 2 bags were in there. So the agent shows us the black bag. So now we know that there were 2 bags. So now the plot thickens. 2 bags and a baby's head wrapped in aluminum foil. And yet you think nobody's going to smell death coming out of a garbage can in a damn play shed. So you don't think nobody's ever going to walk on their own damn property and walk by the damn shed and smell death. Because even if the father or the brother walked by and said, oh, I think there's something dead, a dead rat or whatever, let's go inspect. They're going to go to the trash can. This woman here is something else. Golly. I'm done. I'm all the way done.
It's one of the white trash bags that we've located.
I don't know, Maria.
Playhouse. Inside that
Trying to figure it out.
was another paper trash bag, and inside that was multiple items of.
So I see a paper bag as well.
Baby bottles and baby food containers. It's another white trash bag that we removed from the playhouse, dollhouse on Muddy Creek, and again inside of it was numerous other items of trash.
Let's go here. Megan, why did you throw away all this trash inside of the playhouse? Why didn't you just let the trash people come pick up the trash? Help the queen understand. At the time when you got evicted from the trailer, you had a whole car. You had a whole car. The car didn't get repossessed until you went and started the new job. So I'm trying to understand, why did you throw away all the child's belongings in the trash? Because that is what people do when they are done with you. Isn't that right, Megan? I'm done with you. You're holding me back. I don't need you. So I'm going to throw away everything that belongs to you, a reminder of you. But yet you did keep a few things in your memory box, did you not? Oh, yes. You kept an outfit, picture or two in a memory box. Wow. But baby bottles, stroller, carrier and stroller connected. I'm going to leave all that behind because I don't need it. And see, anybody who had any sense had opened up that shed, the shed would have told the story. The shed would have told the story to Paul, brother. Why is all this trash in here? Why are there baby bottles and food and shit in here? Why is the stroller in here? Don't she need her stroller? How's she going to stroll the baby around? Boom, bingo card. This is why I'm telling you, these people they were oblivious to this bullshit with this kid. She's a fucking kid. She was a kid at the time. But she wanted to play grown folk games, and she won a grown folks prize. She's incarcerated for the murder of her baby. She left behind everything you needed to know. All somebody had to do was open that damn door. The story was sitting right there the whole damn time. The child was hidden in plain sight. That's why I've got that in my title of this video. Everybody running around like a duck out of water, and the baby's right there in the fucking shed, allegedly. But yet the cadaver dog didn't hit on the shed. So where was she? Make it make sense. They're showing you bags of stuff that she's left behind. So she didn't even think to be clever. Let me take all the kid toys, whatnots, knickknacks, clothes, throw it away in a dumpster somewhere in town. Hell, take the stroller somewhere 2 towns over, sell it, make some money. She's not crafty. See, she's not a career criminal like her mother. But she's good at lying. So she probably got that from probably her mother and her father. But I want to know why the cadaver dog didn't hit on that damn shed, and I'm going to wear that out until the jury comes back with a finding. And if somebody don't come back to the queen with a fucking receipt, I'm going to ask the damn district attorney my damn self. You ain't tried to ask yourself why the fuck that dog didn't hit on that damn building? You all better wake up.
There an expiration of best buy date on that egg carton there? Yes, October the 6th, 19. There. Trash.
Okay, right there. Shows you how trifling Megan is. The date on the carton of eggs is 10-something-19. Somebody ain't woke out there. The baby was found March 2020. Come on with it, Queen. Oh my goodness. Why is there carton of eggs in the trash from October? So this goes back to what I keep saying to everybody. I need a due date of when he evicted her. Because the father says, I ain't seen the baby since Thanksgiving. Then we have difference of opinion saying the kid was possibly murdered early December of 19. But yet we got egg cartons October. Why would egg cartons still be in a plastic bag in October? The trash people come 2 times a week and pick up your trash. At least here in the city they do. So when did the trash pick up trash out there where they lived? Any ideas? So this shows you how trifling she is. She left eggs in a trash can from October. Allegedly, the child was murdered around the 1st of December. That's 2 months later. You mean to tell me you have trash sitting in your house from October? Lord have mercy, I'm gone. Lord, somebody please help me.
Bag with most probably the thing is a milk container.
And again, does that milk container have an expiration date on it?
It does.
What does it say? October 20th.
Sorry. October 20th.
Bingo card. Damn. Well, Tommy, we need to talk to you now. Tommy, how do you all dispose of your trash on your property? Do you burn it to save money? Come on, Queen. They ain't ready for you. You a cheapskate? You burn your trash like many poor folks do because they don't want to pay the trash company. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, shit. Woo! Happy damn. Exactly, Maria. Thank you. Hot damn. Could it be, as Maria said, the baby's been dead before Thanksgiving? Wow. This is why I tell you have to pay attention. Because the trash can is telling the story. The trash can is telling, number one, somebody's trifling. The trailer tells the story, somebody's trifling. Now you got to ask yourself, why is trash sitting in a playhouse with a dead kid in it with items discarded and expiring in the month of October, way before Thanksgiving? So now you got to deduct. He's too cheap to pay the trash company, so they burn their trash? Or they take it and haul it off by car? Or the baby's been dead since October. Hot damn. Thank you, Maria. Woo! Somebody. Lord have mercy. I'm drowning up here. Now, are we going to hear that in court? What does the autopsy say? How long the child was in the storage unit? Did they give a time of death? Because this is why I said to people before, I listened to everything and something didn't add up when the woman was sending text messages to her about wanting her money December 21st. I thought, well, wait a minute. If you kept the kid around December 1st, the 3rd, you're still messaging her 3 weeks later about your money? Obviously, she wasn't going to pay you. So we got one friend saying Evelyn showed up here to visit her and her newborn December 9th. And then we got the other lady saying, well, I kept the kid around December 3rd, December 5th. Now we got egg cartons talking about October. Well, who's telling the fucking truth? See, I didn't even think about her baby dying in October. I put her baby dead at around Thanksgiving, only because the father said, now I'm only going by what he said, oh, I ain't seen the baby since Thanksgiving. So I said, well, maybe the baby died right after Thanksgiving. So that's why I keep asking everybody, and I'm not getting no damn answer. When did the father put her out? We need to know when Tommy put her out, because that's going to give us a timeline of when she knocked her kid off. And it's going to be disturbing if we find out, yes, somebody is lying about the storyline besides Megan Boswelll. Because what did I tell you? Old habits die hard. You lead by example. She comes from hood rats. I said that. This ain't nothing but some hillbilly trash up here. So you all are banking on what Tommy told detectives. Who's to say Tommy ain't lying? Since the egg carton says October 20th. Milk is saying October 20th, October 19th. Are we now saying these other people are lying about when they took care of the kid? I don't know, but something's off here. Who's telling the truth about this baby?
It's a receipt, Northeast State Bookstore with Megan Boswell's information on it.
All right. And that was removed from the trash can?
Yes, sir. Kelly Craft, I want to ask you, it seems some of this trash goes back to October, which is before Evelyn is missing.
Come on, Vinny.
What's going on here? What are you taking away? What is the jury taking away from that timeline of trash that they were exposed to?
Yeah, and they've really been, putting out a lot of evidence in regards to the timeline. Now, remember that Megan's father is the one that reported her missing. This was in February of 2020. So then when they were showing this other evidence, the baby bottles in there, the water bottles, etc., you went back several months. And so the jurors are just going to piece all of that together, and obviously the state is going to wrap all that up when they make their final argument and closing arguments when we do get to those. But they're really just putting together this timeline on how things were changing in the defendant's life and how eventually, according to the prosecution theory, she just got tired of having to care for the baby.
Our guests are staying.
Drug addicts.
Coming up next, why did it take so long?
Drug addicts.
To find them.
They're crackheads, sweetheart.
They could ever dog search the property that day.
Here we go.
No hits. Is that correct?
According to the report.
This is not good. Are we going to get a shebang during this closing argument about this kid? Because something is not adding up. And I said this to myself a week ago, listening to everybody give a different version of when they last talked to her about a kid and it is. And I said a week ago to myself, I said, Queen, something ain't right. These dates ain't adding up. Now, I hadn't took nothing back to October, but I was weighing on this December 1st into November business, that's nothing but maybe, a week apart. But I'm trying to get an understanding, of who last saw the kids. So see, this is what I keep telling people about a story. You don't have nothing to bank on except somebody's version. And it don't mean it's the truth. It don't mean because I went to the police and said, hey, last time I saw my grandbaby was Thanksgiving. That don't mean it's the truth. They got to prove the baby was seen by me Thanksgiving. I ain't got to prove shit. I don't have to prove a damn thing. Because it already looks bad that he waited 3 months to call, and you got to use common sense. If she was running around here staying in hotels and staying at Hunter's father's house, you didn't know where she was unless she told you. So I found that strange too. How did you know where to send the police and the Department of Human Services? She had already been out your trailer, allegedly, by the time February came around when you called them. So how did you know where to send them? Ding, ding, ding. Anybody listening? Tommy Boswelll, how did you know where to send DHS? Had you been talking to Megan the whole time, or did you all just started back speaking in February? What's the truth? Did Angela go back and tell the father, oh, was she staying with Hunter, blah, blah, blah? Were you calling her, trying to reach her? She wouldn't respond. Why would you wait this amount of time to call DHS when you've put her out? That don't add up. Some people are going to say, what do you care?
Boswell's property on February 23rd.
Yes, it appeared that after looking at my notes that Mr. Boswell Sr. had given written consent and permission for law enforcement to search his property.
And you recall who searched the property?
Yes, there were a team, or was a team.
Well, I can't see him telling on himself. That wouldn't make any sense.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office present, as well as at least one member, or I suppose two, of the Union County Sheriff's Office. And that would be Union County, Tennessee.
And a cadaver dog searched the property that day and provided no hits. Is that correct?
According to the report.
Right there. According to the reports, the cadaver dog recorded no hits. Something is off. That'll be my next live. Why not? Why was it a week later the child was found? Was the child hidden somewhere else and then double back to the property and discarded in the shed to make it look like somebody on the property unalive? Evelyn Boswell. Lord have mercy.
So Evelyn's grandpa, who owns the property, owns the family compound, gave police permission. Please search. Help find my granddaughter. And they searched. They even brought dogs, and they couldn't find little baby Evelyn. So what's going on this property? Cody Thomas, Court TV field reporter, takes a closer look at the family compound.
15-month-old Evelyn died on or about December 2019 after being suffocated. Her remains were found on her grandfather's property where she and her mother defendant, Megan Boswell, were living. Let's take This is a hand-drawn map of the property belonging to Tommy Boswell. That's the father of Megan and the grandfather of Evelyn. Important to note about this hand-drawn map is that right here, this is ultimately the location of the playhouse where Evelyn's body was found. And close, right here in proximity, is the trailer where Megan and Evelyn were living on the property. And up the road, this is where Megan's father, Tommy Boswell, Evelyn's grandfather, was living in a single-family home. So you kind of get a layout of the property, of the land where they are. But let's take a closer look at what this property looks like in real life. This is the gate to the property coming in. That's that long road up towards where Tommy Boswell lived. This is the home right here where Evelyn and Megan lived. Here's the outbuilding that's close by. You can see really when you get a real feel for it how close everything is on this expanse of land. But as the video continues, comes around this corner, and we actually get a peek at the playhouse where Evelyn's body was ultimately
very interesting.
found. But let's take a closer look at this playhouse, because this is ultimately where Evelyn's body was found. The crime scene took place right here, the front door of the playhouse. But also to note about this image, if you look closely at this white image right here, that is the trash can where Evelyn's body was found by police. Now
Did they dust for fingerprints outside of the door, inside of the door? What did they find? Anybody else fingerprints on the inside of the door, outside of the door? All that's going to be relevant. Did she go in the playhouse often to put things in there, store things in there? It looks like a bunch of junk in there. So you have to ask all those questions. Ma'am, when was the last time you went into the playhouse? Oh, I would have asked her that before telling her we found the kid. So you have to ask questions that a person is not expecting you to ask, such as, Megan, when was the last time you went to your father's house? Where did you go on the property? To the trailer, your dad's house? Where? The camper? Where'd you go? And then you let her answer. And if she says, oh, I haven't been back there since he evicted me. Then you ask, well, when were you evicted? And then you say, are you sure you haven't been back to the property? And then you bring the bang. Well, guess what, Megan? We found your daughter in your old playhouse next to the trailer where you live. Bingo card. So did they ask her those questions? Because I'm asking now. Don't know if the father has a view of her dollhouse from where he lived, because you can't tell. But it would be very easy to have just disposed of the body right after he evicted her. Be like, okay, I'm in a bad situation. I'm desperate. I don't got nowhere to go. I don't know where to go. Why is he doing this to me? I can't take this kid with me. I'm tired of being a parent. She unallowed the kid and then threw her in there and then packed up stuff, threw bags of stuff in those outbuildings and then left. But where there's a problem is that the dogs didn't hit on the outbuilding buildings trailers in February. So we have a problem here, as Mr. Vinnie Politan says. Why didn't the dog hit on the damn playhouse? Make it make sense.
Go closer in to the playhouse itself. You can see all of this around here. It's very junky, very messy, lots of places to hide things. But again, this image right here, that is the trash can where Evelyn's body was found, the daughter of Megan Boswell. Now, let's take a closer look actually inside that trash can. Of course, you see this big blurred image right here. What you're not seeing behind this image that we've blurred, there's actually an image of Evelyn Boswell's legs and feet sticking out of this trash can.
Wow.
She was wrapped. You can see right here, this is a blanket. She's wrapped in a blanket. Near where her body is, you can kind of see little remnants of aluminum foil that she was also wrapped in because medical examiners determined she was killed by asphyxiation. But
Megan, were you wrapping the child? Did you wrap the child in aluminum foil because you were trying to mask the smell because you knew eventually she would smell? So you wrapped the child in foil, 2 different types of bags, plastic bags, also a paper bag we see. You were busy. You were wrapping Evelyn up like it was Christmas. Shut your mouth, Queen. Megan, when did you put the little girl in the playhouse? See, I know you testify about when you talked to him, all the lies you told, pretending to send the one babysitter money on a prepaid card. They done dug up your old phone records and pulled all of that business out. And you just lied. Oh, I don't know. Here's my social security number. Why are you giving somebody your fucking social security number? You are a dizzy girl. Just making up stuff. That's why I know you've been lying all your life, because to get to the age that you are to make up all these lies, you've been lying. You've been lying. And see, lying comes from usually trauma. Lying comes from misery. Lying comes from not being happy. Everybody knows that. Lying comes from childhood. You all heard the stories about little kids that make up stuff. What do they call it? Fibbing. But you see, it's not fibbing when you get older. It's called lies. And it ain't cute at 17, 18. I got a feeling you have been making up stuff as a child. I'd say you had I don't want to say you had a great life because we know that your parents were addicts, drunks. So that playhouse, keep trying to tell people that don't really mean anything because the parents were whack. You all were living a lie out there on all that beautiful land that most people would be humbled to have. And instead, God blessed it to some misfits. God blessed you with an abundance of land to live on. And there's people here in Tennessee who wish they had that kind of land. But see, God was orchestrating this all along. He said, I'm going to work with these folks because they have not been obedient in raising their children. They have been nothing but problems. And now their children are going to become problems. That's where Megan comes in. And you knew all along that Megan was filthy and nasty. That's why you evicted her out that fucking trailer. And then you want to go run to DHS and the police with your tail between your legs, acting like a concerned father when you knew all along that the baby was mistreated and wasn't being taken care of. Because we now have 2 people who testified in court that the little girl smelled. And I don't think they're lying. They have no reason to lie. Could have been in the freezer, don't know, baby. But somebody would have checked the freezer, so probably not. Because that guy cleaned out the trailer, remember? You all were not good parents. That's why we're here today talking about your kid. You knew she was a problem. And all that trouble you went to get her out of foster care. Late in life. That's some weird shit. She gets knocked up. You get her out of foster care and she's already got a 4-month-old kid. And she's filthy as a pig. We saw the pictures in court. Wouldn't take a dog in there. Fecal matter on the floors. The guy testified and said the baby diapers were molded to the floor. That means the diapers had been there a while. So Megan was living in a nasty trailer with shitty diapers, basically dissolving themselves, glued to the floor. Are y'all hearing this? Now, you know I ain't one to sugarcoat nothing and make up nothing. That's his testimony. So I'm going to sit here and just let that sit right there, Tommy. You didn't know the girl's trailer was nasty? Of course you did. That's why you evicted her. So people are going to say, well, damn, if you knew she was nasty, then why are we talking about a dead kid? Ding, 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 ding. You already knew she was unfit. And you wait until after you evict her to cry wolf. I don't know where my grandkid is. I don't know where my grandkid is. Well, Megan didn't owe you anything once you put her out. Come on now. Let's keep this grown up. Why would she talk to you after you've evicted her? Why would she share pictures with you of Evelyn? Why would she call or talk to you? The only reason she'd call or talk to you is for money. To say, hey, I need help. I'm out here. I'm homeless. I ain't got nowhere to stay. And you knew she didn't have nowhere to stay, so you really didn't give a fuck about that baby. I get it. You have to show people tough love sometimes, but then somebody would judge you and say, well, you didn't care about the grandkid. You put the mother out knowing she had a kid. See, everything's about perception. You're entitled to judge it how you see fit. But this is a terrible story of a baby girl. Beautiful. Every time I look at Evelyn's picture, I could cry. Because she was just beautiful. Beautiful blonde-haired baby. Beautiful blonde-haired baby. Blue eyes. Just gorgeous. Snuffed out by her own damn mama. Chunky as ever. And I can't imagine being a detective going to that shed and opening that door smelling decomposition because you know they smelled it. And I got a feeling the smell was coming out that shed. Come on with it, Queen, because somebody ain't woke. Finding that cute baby decomposing inside of a trash bag times full, times paper bag, eggshells, leaves, God knows what else was down in that damn bin. And now we got to ask the ultimate question. Hey, Tommy. Hey, brother. Y'all ain't smell a dead kid coming from the shed? Woo! Come on with it, Queen. I'm woke.
Boswell's defense says the prosecution doesn't know how Evelyn died, and no one can prove that Megan Boswell did it.
Watching that, I mean, that is eye-opening, right? When you hear about the compound and like the land and everything else, but once you get to where they were living, where the playhouse was, and where the garbage can is, everything's kind of close. Which brings us to the next question in our investigation, which is, why did it take so long to find Evelyn?
Exactly.
Why? Still with us, on the phone, Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Crafts, who's at the courthouse, and Dr. Mike McCutcheon still with us as well. Kelly, I'll begin with you. I mean, to me, that is so eye-opening that everything is in close proximity. Yet there was a search of the property and they didn't find Evelyn. I mean, it seems the playhouse is right next to where she was living.
Pay attention, everybody.
Yeah, it's really remarkable that the first search did not
trailer camper
find the infinity, so they did a search with the cadaver dogs. This was February 23rd of 2020, and there were no findings. And then, of course, it took them till March.
Pay attention.
To end up finding the body inside that playhouse. But they were going off of many conflicting stories that Megan was telling them, and as the prosecutors are saying, lie after lie. And so they were really just going down a bunch of different rabbit holes, if you will, because they were getting such conflicting information.
Dr. Mike McCutcheon, the other thing
What do you mean plotting?
Kelly Craft talked about the smell from those items, right?
Right.
Inside the courtroom.
Exactly.
Jurors could smell it. So they've got cadaver dogs there searching the property. Are you surprised that if you go back in time, obviously it's way before, that the cadaver dogs didn't hit on the playhouse?
This is going to be a problem. This
Exactly.
will definitely be a problem.
Thank you.
The cadaver dog handlers, they need to be very specific on where they searched, because I can foresee where this is going to go, where the defense will likely say, yeah, the body wasn't there.
Exactly.
The cadaver dog didn't hit on it, and somebody must have put the body there after.
Come on.
I can see that that's where it would be going.
Exactly.
The documentation must be really accurate and detailed on what they did. But after, if the decomposition is, to get graphic, is the smell doesn't go away, and you would be able to smell anything that's decomposing from outside that shed or that playhouse without a cadaver dog. It would be very common. It wasn't, the baby wasn't covered or concealed. To get graphic, to hold the odor in, just walking by there, I don't know how you wouldn't be able to.
Exactly. I'm waiting for somebody in the chat. Break it down for the queen. Why didn't anybody smell a dead kid in there? You have a camper beside the trailer. He hired the guy to clean out the trailer in exchange for doing maintenance on the property of the trailers. So if the baby was dead all alone inside of there, if he came to work for him around, March or so, wouldn't he have smelled it, or somebody smelled it? The family member should have smelled it. I can't remember what he said in court when he came to work for them on the property, but something's not right here. So even if that guy didn't come around the time the police were doing their searches, Tommy and the brother, you all didn't see him dead on the property? I'm confused. So nobody never walked over to her trailer one time after you all put her out. You didn't even go to the trailer to just look in there to see what it looked like. And we got information that the guy said in court, no, Tommy didn't look. He just sent me over there to clean it out. The refrigerator was real bad, and I didn't touch that. I asked for them to clean up. I'm going to have to go back to remember when he first went to the property to clean the trailer out, because he was supposed to be living in that trailer. And in exchange for him staying free in the trailer, he would do maintenance on, the property. So we got to get a time of when this guy came over to live and clean out the trailer. But nonetheless, there still were other people living on the property. And like they're saying, if this right here smelled in the courtroom this week, yesterday, how is it y'all on the property walking by trailers and shit and you don't smell no dead baby? Okay.
To have smelled anything coming from that playhouse, I think that would have been dramatic, even when they're inside that playhouse.
Absolutely.
If I could, just one more thing I could say. The only thing is, bodies are strange, and it's hard to actually to make every crime scene fit together, because sometimes, and I've had this, where I have a body and it's laying down and there's no odor at all until I move the body, and now the parts that have been say decomposing, now you get the odor. So part of the body can actually mummify and you may not have any odor. I don't think that's the case here, but it is possible. But
yeah, something's still not right.
It's going to come back to us.
Absolutely. Dr. Mike McCutcheon, thank you so much. Kelly Craft working late tonight. Up next, can you believe any of Megan's stories?
No, we can't. That's why she's sitting there in court, because nobody believed her stories. Something's very odd here. I'm wondering if the state is going to talk about it. The defense will, though.
Foster care when Evelyn was born, and his mother was locked up after she was found dead and discarded in a trash can. Here's the story.
Sorry about that. See, the defense, they have every reason to talk about this body not being there round one when the cadaver dogs went there. The state may not mention it because they know that won't look good for them, that the body wasn't there when the first cadaver dog went to search. So they may not ever mention that. But the defense will surely mention it because they need to plant doubt in the minds of the jurors. Hey, cadaver dog went there February 23rd. And they didn't hit on there. So somebody took this kid and dumped her there a week or two later, which is soever, but it still don't matter because Megan is the mother of the kid. So the fact that she never reported her kid missing shows complicity. So in the end, it won't matter when she got in that shed. The point is, Megan had the kid. She got evicted with the kid. So she's responsible for the kid. So no matter when she decided to put the kid in the trailer, she's responsible for her own child. And if she left her kid over here, she didn't never get her kid back allegedly. Why aren't you calling the police to say, hey, somebody's got my kid, like Miss Casey Anthony. Hey, Zanny the nanny got my kid, won't get my kid back. And we see, you remember how that turned out. There was never no Zanny the nanny.
Little baby Evelyn lived with her single teenage mom, Megan Boswelll, in Sullivan County, Tennessee.
Her hair is thinning
With the
too.
help of her grandparents on the family compound. But in February of 2020, Evelyn was reported missing by her grandpa. Her mom cried on TV looking for her baby, then was arrested for misleading police. Things then changed dramatically in the case when Evelyn was found dead on the family compound in a trash bin inside an old playhouse. During the course of the investigation, different stories. Megan has been charged with first-degree premeditated murder, and now a jury must decide if this young mother committed the ultimate sin by taking the life of the little girl who looked to her mom for everything. Telling several stories. A big part of this trial. I want to take a look at some of those stories. Let's start here. This is February 18th of 2020, and Megan Boswelll is talking about Ethan Perry. Ethan is the man who believed he was the father of baby Evelyn. Take a listen.
Ethan does not have the baby. Ethan don't know where he's at because he had her left. He has not seen that lady until he went down here for Christmas. He has seen her. I promise you, yeah.
Okay, so first talking about Ethan Perry. So he's on the radar for investigators. He's in the military.
See,
compound with Evelyn's grandparents.
Oh, sorry about that, everybody. Hold on. I jumped over a little bit. Hold on. Let's jump up here. Hold on. I got a problem with this information. That's why I said somebody's not telling the truth. Because, yeah, but why am I going to tip you off to come to my house to find a dead body on my property and my daughter's been gone? That still don't look good on your behalf. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said we got to get a time of death. What is the autopsy saying? Because the lady said something, you know, they're talking in autopsy, Miss Resnick, of the time of death. We got to get a time of death. How long they think the child was dead inside of the playhouse? That doesn't matter. That's what's going to matter. But where I have the problem is Ethan says, I saw her Christmas. This is what she's telling the detectives. He said, I saw the baby Christmas. You couldn't have seen the baby in Christmas because nobody saw the baby Christmas. So what was? So that's why I say something is off with these versions. We've got one lady saying she kept the baby around the 1st of December. We've got the friend here in Knoxville saying she came up here to Knoxville December 9th. There was no Evelyn. So that's from the 5th to the 9th. Now we got Ethan saying, well, I saw her Christmas. Ethan, you was already dead. So what the hell are you talking about? So I'm telling you all don't get this shit together. That girl will walk. She will walk. Because the jury is supposed to focus on everybody's testimony. And you know they're confused looking at the carton of eggs and milk dated October 19th. Now they've got to weigh that with the time of death by the autopsy. Now they've got to weigh everybody's version of when they last saw Evelyn. When you put her at Christmas, it fucks everything up. It fucks everything up. Ethan, you couldn't have seen her at Christmas. Now, I don't know if you're high on drugs or what. You couldn't have seen her at Christmas because I think mostly she was dead Christmas. Nobody saw her Christmas. You say you went and picked her up at the parking lot from the college. You all met there. She parked her car, but then that don't make no sense because she didn't have a car. So that would have to be Hunter picked her up and took her to the parking lot and you met and got in the car. Then it changes to Hunter was sitting outside the house. She changed that version, remember? She said, oh, we went to the grandparents' house, but Hunter, he sat in the car. He didn't go in, but then let Ethan say, oh, we spent, one of them said they spent Christmas together at the grandparents' house. So that has to be a lie, right? I'm confused. Somebody's been paying attention. Please help the queen, because I'm drowning up here.
So you think she's okay? You think Evelyn's okay?
Very good point, Sister Rose. Didn't know that. He paid cash? Okay. Very good point. See, I didn't watch that. I've not watched all of the trial. That's what I'm saying. I'm getting bitten pieces of the trial, and some of this stuff is not adding up. So now here you come in saying he paid cash for her car. So exactly, why would the car get repossessed? The car would only get repossessed if she had took maybe a payday loan out on it. And she hadn't paid the loan. She's broke. She ain't got no money. She got evicted. So maybe she went into the checking cash and put a loan out on a car, and then they came and got the car. Could that be it? See, there's always a reason for the season. So did she take out a payday cash loan for the car? And she didn't pay up, so they found her and took the car from the job. Allegedly, they took the car from the job because remember the dad said, oh, that's why Ethan was taking her around because she didn't have no car. But something is still amiss with all these testimonies. Because there's no way the child was singing at Christmas because nobody else said they saw the kid. And the grandparents didn't see the kid. So I believe the child was dead at Christmas. So what is Ethan talking about? Ethan, you couldn't have seen the kid. Because allegedly, version from her, she went over there to your grandparents' house, spent Christmas with you all, but we know she lies, so you all see where I'm going with this. Did Ethan pick her up and take her to his grandparents' house? So we have to go back and listen to his testimony again. So something ain't right.
So now she's saying, Mom, Grandma has Evelyn. All right. All these stories, all these different versions, all this finger pointing brings me to the next
Well, he didn't tell him that the child was in his shed. He just said the child was neglected.
And her stories. Can you believe any of Megan's stories? Any of them? Joining me, body language and human behavior expert Susan Constantine and clinical and forensic neuropsychologist and author of The New Rules of Attachment, Dr. Judy Ho. Susan?
Yeah.
I think I found a tell.
Tell me what it is.
Megan Boswell is not telling the truth when you see her lips moving.
Right.
Because it's always something different. What are you seeing from her as in 3 different sit-downs with investigators? She's telling 3 different stories, pointing the finger at 3 different people.
Well, she's using a lot of qualifiers. One of them is a probability qualifier, which she's like looking at other possibilities of what could have occurred or what could have happened. So she uses a lot of qualifiers. She also uses an exclusion qualifier, meaning removing herself from it, and then therefore it adjusts the blame onto somebody else. Her responses are always so vague, right? They're never, she's using lots of omissions. She's leaving out really important critical details. She's very ambiguous. So she doesn't really give you any sort of clear answers, allowing you to kind of mull through all of the baloney and try to come to some sort of conclusion. But it's impossible because her responses they're zigzagging. They're zigzagging all the way around, and there is no real direction that will help us to understand what is really happening. So it's all intentional. It's because it's deception. When you lie, there's cognitive load builds, and so therefore, since you can't keep the story straight, you come up with all these other excuses. So this is typical. It's really quite easy for me, and I'm sure for this doctor as well.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Judy Ho, I want to ask you something that's related to this. What do you think's going on in her mind? Does she believe, and she's a teenager, she's young, had a rough life, admittedly, but does she think she can convince people that something else is true? Is she buying time? Why is she even bothering to tell a different story every time?
Well, Susan made some great observations, and I will add that this is essentially a person who is a bit arrested in development. I mean, she is young, but she acts even younger than her chronological age. And you can tell even in the language that she uses with the detectives and the police. Things like, oh, I promise you, Ethan has seen him. Like, what does your promise have to do with anything? This is an investigation, right? A criminal investigation. But just the kind of language that she uses shows you how young her cognitive age is. And so when we think about it that way, I think that there probably was a part of her that thought, well, maybe if I just come up with enough of these types of stories that maybe I'll get the attention off of me. This could have been a coping strategy when she got in trouble when she was younger. It's like, hey,
exactly.
It's the other kid, or it's this other person over here.
Exactly.
And there was a lot of that going on, but as Susan pointed out, so much of it was vague. She really couldn't get her story straight. The more truthful moment probably was when she broke down, as you mentioned, when she finally said, I think I rolled over her and I killed her, because then you saw a real emotional reaction. But I think if she was allowed to keep telling more stories, she would have even more people.
Exactly.
I think she was just hoping that at some point the detectives would say, okay, we're going to go interview these people instead, and now you're off the hook.
And they did speak to all of them. Susan Constantine, I want you to take a look. Here's Megan on February 20th again. Here again, talking about her mom.
Okay, Mom came and got her from my trailer.
When?
I was working and Mom came over to my trailer to babysit.
When?
I don't know exactly.
Today? Yesterday?
No, it was like a week or so after I started work. I had about a
When did you start work?
The 2nd.
Of December?
Yeah.
The 2nd of December? Okay, 12/2. Angel. God. Evelyn.
No, it was the week after that.
Okay.
It was my second week of work, I'm sorry. Mom got mad and she left. And she took Evelyn with her.
With supervision?
No.
Okay. When was this? Same day?
No, it was a couple days after. They were maybe like 3-4 days.
So what day we talking about? The 10th, 11th, 12th December?
Oh my goodness, I can't.
And then what?
I didn't talk to her.
This is crazy.
Chicken Sharon said that she didn't talk to me.
When did she call the chicken shack?
Sometime in January. I don't know exactly.
Angel called.
It would have been after like.
Oh wow.
I went to court the day that she called me.
What for what?
Reckless driving.
Okay, where at?
Washington County.
Okay. Washington.
Reckless driving. Hell, is that even the truth?
What happens next?
Hell's she doing up in Johnson City?
She took me to her place to look at this as it was not there. She's not answering questions about her. All she told me was she was okay. And if I gave her time, she would give her back to me.
Susan, we're out of time, but I want to.
And she's laughing there.
Are you getting Casey Anthony vibes from her?
Yeah. Casey's baby sister.
All the way. And GA blaming GA, but which is mom.
Yep, unbelievable. We're out of time, unfortunately. We will talk again. Dr. Judy Ho, Susan Constantine, thank you so.
All right, everybody. This is a very good episode. This is about the evidence. You got to see a testimony from one of the Emmys. You also got to see evidence coming out of the bag, the foil, the blanket, the onesie, the black bag, plastic bag, paper bag. Once again, as I said, the defense basically is talking around the subject of the child being in the can and how she got in the can. So he's pulling a Jose Baez number. This is the guy who represented Casey Anthony. He's doing the same thing. If I talk about one thing the most, all I need is that one juror to sit and focus on that, which is how the baby died. So he kept going round and round and round with that ME because he's hoping that all it takes is that one juror who will sit and focus on that and not the fact that the child ended up in the can. It doesn't really matter how the kid died. The point is, Evelyn didn't put herself in the garbage can. They've already told you they believe it's asphyxiation by homicide. 2 MEs have said that. Yet, the lawyer feels like, I got the way on, she could have died accidentally. She could have had a heart valve issue. She could have had acid reflux. She could have had this. She could have had that. It could have been SIDS. But it still doesn't explain why a mother wouldn't call 911 to say, hey, my baby's sick. My baby's not breathing. As someone said, CPR, don't know, never heard anything about it. Don't know if she tried or not. The baby's decomposed, so I don't think you would even know. I'm not a doctor, so I can't say. But too much time has elapsed. That's the point. Too much time has elapsed. You got a father who knew his daughter was unfit to have a kid. You put her out because she was not a clean person. So you knew that you were putting her out to the street with a whole kid. Where did you think she was going to go? With a baby, homeless. So she became desperate. I won't doubt she probably killed the kid when she got evicted. Or beforehand. See, we don't even know because we got to have an autopsy. The medical examiner to say, hey, I believe the baby's been dead 3 months, 4 months. Then we got to talk to Tommy to say, when did Tommy tell her she had to get out the trailer? See, those two got to coincide together to make all this make sense of a timeline. When did she get evicted? When did she kill the kid? Did she kill the kid because she got evicted? She got scared. She got nervous. I don't want to stay. I don't want to take care of a kid. I need to work a job. I got bills to pay. I got to pay for this car, put gas in it, insurance, blah, blah, blah. Now we got somebody in the chat saying he paid for the car. So then that don't add up to why the car got repossessed at the job. See, you don't know what's the truth because you got to remember this is stuff she's telling other people. So Hunter's dad don't know what the fuck is going on with her and her dad in the car. He only knows that's what she told him. So for all we know, the father could have said, hey, this car's in my name. You ain't taking this car nowhere. See, we don't really know, now do we? Because we're going on other people's versions. And as you heard in this commentary from these specialists, lying usually starts in childhood. It comes from childhood. Coping mechanism. That's where lying comes from. Possibly she lied a lot as a kid. She had a fucked up life, so she lied a lot. So now she's older, still lying, but still has the mind of a child. As I said, old habits die hard. But something is still off with this story because I need to hear time of death. I need to hear Tommy say when he put her out. And will those two correlate? I need to understand why there's garbage in a bag from October of 19. Because that's the one thing you're not hearing is when she actually got put out of the trailer. And now that we know that she's a pathological liar, you are not getting ready to get the truth about when she got put out that trailer. It's up to Tommy to say, I asked her to get out the trailer October, November, December. And then you got to ask yourself this too. Will you believe Tommy Boswell's version? Because I don't think I would trust anybody in the story, quite frankly. I'm just going to keep it real. Not anybody related to Megan, I'm not. Definitely not going to believe Angela, because she's a drug head. And then you got the father sitting up there crying and crying and crying in court. And it's like, what are you crying for? You crying for Megan? You crying for Evelyn? Who you crying for? You crying for yourself because you know you fucked up? You know you and your wife were misfits? You didn't raise your kids right? Who are you crying for? See, it's a lot of questions that we're not getting no answers to. So then you got to sit here and hypothesize. And that ain't good enough. Because we do need a time of death. We need to know when she murdered this kid. We need to know where she murdered the kid at. On the property or somewhere else. We need to know, did she hide the body somewhere else, then double back and took the baby and put the baby in the shed? When she did it, when did she do it? Did she tell somebody else she killed this kid and they're holding a secret? See, don't know. Does her father know? I don't know. I just think he'd be a fool. You'd be a fool to hold that lie. She killed her kid and then wait months later to say, oh, hey, DHS, I ain't seen the baby. I think the baby's being neglected. That would be crazy as hell. To know you got a dead baby on your property and then call DHS to say, hey, I'm worried about this kid. But as I said, I find all that strange too because he put her out allegedly. So why are you calling DHS worried about the kid? You thought she was going to bring the kid around you and you just put her out? Come on now. No. Did he help her out after evicting her, Tommy Boswell? Did he give her any type of money to live off of, hotel fees? That's what I want to know. Because we've got to ask ourselves why Tommy Boswell waited until February to call DHS and authorities to say, I believe this child is in danger, neglected, blah, 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 when he knows damn well he evicted his kid and grandkid. That was Queen's late dinner this morning, salmon and white cheddar pasta and veggies. Yeah, I was up late. I'm on a really whack sleeping pattern, so don't pay the Queen no mind. We getting ready to go back. I'm already 3 hours and 32 minutes into this live stream, but something is bothering me besides the timeline. And if she hid the body somewhere else and then took it to that damn trailer, I need to rehear that guy who cleaned the trailer out, what month he came and cleaned it. Please check out this story here of this reporter from Kansas City. He went to the Super Bowl. He went to New Orleans to cover the Super Bowl, but he never was able to cover it because he was murdered by this black woman who detectives believe she drugged him. She has a long criminal record of schemes. 2 men are on the books claiming that they were drugged by her and robbed. Please check out my last video. It's at the end, I think, of that Kanye West video I did, so please check that out. I'm going to find his testimony. And also, 2 children have been seized inside of a van in Detroit in casino parking garage. 5 kids sleeping in a van with their mom, but only 2 are dead. 2-year-old and a 9-year-old. The 2-year-old was in a t-shirt and pull-up, and the 7-year-old was in a t-shirt and jogging pants. Why did the other 3 children survive and not the 2? Make it make sense. Check out that video also from yesterday or day before yesterday. I'm trying to find this video of that guy testifying, so just bear with me. Once again, prayers to the pilot that died in the Scottsdale, Arizona plane crash. I did a video on that. Take the polls on my page pertaining to Kendrick Lamar, Kanye West videos. Check all those videos out. They're very good. Movie of the week, Wrong Victim. Now playing on Freevee. Very good movie. Let's see. 1 second, everybody. I'm trying to find this guy's testimony. Pertaining to cleaning out the trailer. Because something's bothering me. And I know I'm not going to get no rest until I rehear his testimony. Let's see. What is that? 508. And that's not the video. Hold on. It should be coming up here in just a second. As everybody knows, Kanye West has been removed from X and Shopify. More accusers pertaining to Sean Puffy Combs, if you didn't know. Okay, it's coming up here. Hold on. And one friend testified she didn't think, one girl testified and said the baby was nasty. Then one girl said the baby was clean to her. I don't believe her. Let me see. This is the one with the friend. Let me check this one out. I might need to find all his testimony. The guy that cleaned the trailer. I don't think this is going to show all of it. May have to go back and find the full testimony.
More testimony in the trial of a Sullivan County woman accused of killing her 15-month-old daughter. But before that, the court faced the possibility of a mistrial. Megan Boswelll faces a first-degree murder charge in the death of her baby daughter, Evelyn. This morning, her attorney, Gene Scott, asked the judge for that mistrial after the district attorney's office showed a piece of evidence with an error on it. The evidence was a picture of messages between Boswelll and a witness that included additional wording from prosecution copying over text to a different format. The judge decided he would not call a mistrial, warn the prosecution about any future errors, and address the error to the jury.
I'm instructing you, not if you read it, it wasn't there long. If you read it, I'm instructing you not to consider it for any purpose during your deliberation.
After that, the jury heard from several more witnesses in previous interviews with Boswelll. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel continues to follow this trial every step of the way. Ansley, what more did the jury learn today?
Yeah, Terry, things are moving rather quickly here in Blountville as several witnesses took the stand this afternoon. And Megan Boswell's accounts of what was going on around Christmas of 2019 and in the weeks after are now kind of starting to come into focus. We heard from Ethan Perry this afternoon. That's the man that Megan said was Evelyn's father, but we now know is not. From the witness stand, Perry described how he came home from the Army for the holidays that year. He'd met baby Evelyn not long before that when Megan Boswelll showed up in El Paso, Texas with her. He already suspected that he wasn't the father, but was interested in continued interactions with Megan and the baby.
Did you ask to see Evelyn while you were here? Told. I was told that she had the flu because we were planning to go over to Paul Miller's for Christmas.
Perry was talking about his step-grandfather. He said that he and Megan Boswelll spent several hours at the Miller's Christmas Day before he dropped Megan at her car at Northeast State Community College. Now, later this afternoon...
So right there, he says he did spend hours with Megan at the Miller's step-grandparents' house, but without the baby. The baby had the flu. So this goes back to what I just said. Well, how did you see the baby then? You couldn't have seen the baby. You went over to the step-grandparents. She met you. You picked her up from the college, which somebody says, it's been said the car got towed. So when I think of Christmas, I think of the 25th. Stay woke, everybody. So if he actually went over there Christmas Day, how did she get to the college? Whose car was she in at the college? Hunter's car? Hunter gave her a ride there to meet him, and then she whisked off and got in his car. Then they went over to the Millers, spent a couple of hours together. She told him the baby had the flu. So this is his testimony now, that he did see Megan. They went to the step-grandparents' house for Christmas. But we still got to ask, how did she get to the college for him to pick her up? Because allegedly she didn't have no car. Lord have mercy.
It learned that Megan Boswelll gave a very different account of Christmas Day of 2019 in a police interview, saying that she dropped Evelyn off with Ethan and hadn't seen her since.
Ansley, the different accounts we've heard of Christmas Day 2019 and the following days are just about enough to make your head spin. Almost 2 months after Christmas, little Evelyn was still missing. But now that fact was public, and teams of people were out looking for her. Megan was in an interview room with investigator Michelle Gillum. You'll hear her tell Gillum she left Evelyn with Ethan Perry, followed by Megan Boswelll insisting she doesn't know Evelyn's whereabouts roughly 8 weeks after supposedly leaving her with Perry.
And then I'll sit there and say, like 23 minutes, she was on my list. So where do you think she's at? I don't know. You seem totally unfazed by this. That tells me that you know where your baby's at. No, I don't.
Prosecutors allege Evelyn had already been dead for more than 2 weeks by Christmas 2019.
There you have it.
Ansley, all I can...
Right there. The prosecution claims she was already dead by the time Christmas came about. They're putting her death 2 weeks before Christmas. So Ethan didn't see her. He spent Christmas with his relatives, and she came along, Megan, without the baby. So Ethan, what are you talking about? You saw her Christmas. We know the version Megan gave, that you took the kid and never gave the kid back, which we know is a lie. But allegedly you said you saw the kid sometime before, but that was in Texas. So that was back, I think, September. So is somebody putting a misprint, not really, typing the information correctly? What are we talking about here? So 2 weeks before Christmas is the timeline by the prosecution that the child was unalive. Now, when did Tommy put Megan and the baby out from the trailer? That's what we need. We need an exact date of when Tommy put her out. Will it coincide with December? But the gist of the story, when I think back, bingo card, hot damn, Queen, how'd you miss that? When they showed court records of her staying at a hotel, my understanding that one of those nights was in October. Uh-oh. Did y'all hear that? That was played in court last week. They have receipts of when she stayed at a hotel 4 times, 1 night stays, and I do believe one of them was in October. So now you got to ask that question. Why would she have been staying in a hotel in October? Just to have sex with a guy, meet up with a guy? The guy didn't have his own place? What's up? So see, now you got to ask all those questions. Was she sleeping around with somebody else before she met Hunter? We hear that Hunter met her around 1st of December when she got that job. The father testified that he was taking her around because she didn't have no car. There's some holes in this story. And I don't know where it's going to go. But it's a problem because this is all the defense needs, is one jury member to focus on these little bitty holes. Okay? Like I said, there's no denying the baby was found dead in the trash can. And you can argue, 24 different ways how the child got in the can, who put her in the can. I believe the mother put her in the can. But it is helpful to have a timeline of when the child died, the remains. Is it 3 months, 2 months, 4 months, 5 months? When did Tommy put her out? All that is relevant. all of that is relevant.
Say is yesterday was interesting, but today practically put it to shame.
Yeah, and earlier during one of our newscasts, Terry had asked me which testimonies stood out to me. Obviously Ethan's, obviously Randy Woods stood out to me. But, I think that things are finally starting to take shape in what happened from December to February, and I hope we continue to learn more about that. Court's in recess until tomorrow morning. Yes, we're going on Saturday at 10:30, and of course we'll be bringing you the latest updates then. Terry?
Ansley, Jeff, thank you so much. News Channel 11 will be following this case from start to finish.
Okay, that's the end of that content. I've got that on my community board if you want to check it out. I'm trying to find the testimony of the guy who cleaned the trailer. Hold on a minute, everybody. Let's see. We'll type it here. Something is definitely not right. I need to get a timeline of when he cleaned the trailer. Because he met her when he came to work for Tommy Boswell.
Stay with call Austin Feller.
Thank you all for holding on with the Queen. We're approaching hour 4. After this testimony, I'll end this live stream. And I'll come back later and we'll talk about, was the child hid somewhere else originally? Because the cadaver's not hidden on the body is very strange to me. What's taking y'all so long to get this guy up here on the witness stand?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Morning. You're Austin Feller, is that correct? Yes. All right. Mr. Feller, at one point in time, did you live at a trailer park out on Sugar Hollow Road? Yes. And is that in Sullivan County? Yes. All right. And why were you living there at that particular location?
Because at the time I was working for Tommy & Sons Paving, and they said I could live there for free if I were to do maintenance on the trailer park.
Okay. And was that back in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you 2 pictures, Mr. Feller, and ask you if you recognize what's shown in those pictures.
Yeah, I recognize them.
Okay. What are they? What is it?
The pictures of the trailer that she lived in.
Okay. When you say she, you refer to Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you living out there at those trailers in Sugar Hollow when Miss Boswell moved in?
I never met her in person.
Okay.
I think the time I moved out there, she was already out in kind of unknown whereabouts.
Okay. Do you recognize those photos as being the trailer that she lived in?
Yes.
All right. Are they true and accurate depictions of the outside of the trailer?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we would move to make those, I believe it's 2 photos, be 49 and 50.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to publish those to the jury. Mr. Feller, is that, I'm showing what's been introduced as Exhibit 49, does that show the outside of the trailer looking at it from the front?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 50. does that show?
The front of the trailer.
Okay. Just a little closer view.
Yeah.
All right. Now, at some point in time when you were working out there, living in those trailers for Mr. Boswelll, were you asked to clean out that particular trailer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Exact date, no, but it was probably about a week and a half after I moved to the trailer.
Okay. When was that?
It's been like 5 years ago.
Okay.
I couldn't give you an exact date. I'm sorry.
That's fine. All right.
So he doesn't remember.
And did you, in fact, go to that trailer and clean it out?
Yes.
Okay. If you would kind of describe for the jury what you found when you got inside there.
When I got in the trailer, there was dirty diapers stuck and molded to the floor of the carpet. Couldn't even open the fridge. It was so bad. I just left it alone. Let Tommy deal with it.
Wow.
There was open jugs of milk in the oven. Food on the ground, just feces on the ground. Very nasty.
Feces on the ground.
All right. Did you take photos of what it looked like?
I did, but I don't have those photos of that phone anymore.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, the court found him.
All right.
Diapers molded to the floor. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And she's sitting there like a fool, letting this man tell this in court. My goodness. Lordy, Lordy.
Let me switch it up.
See, this is an issue. He doesn't remember when he went there to live, which, you know, it's only 5 years ago. Find it weird, 5 years ago, you don't remember when you went to live in a trailer. Kind of interesting. But some people don't have good memories, so we need to know, was it 2019 or was it 2020?
Mr. Feller, I'm going to hand you 6 photographs and ask you if you can identify what you meant in those photos. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Those are the photos you took and show the inside conditions of the trailer.
Yeah.
All right. Do they accurately depict the condition of the inside of the trailer when you found it?
They do.
Judge, I move to make those the next 6 exhibits. '51 through '56.
But he never thought he'd be testifying in court. This is what happens when you get involved with people. You don't know nothing about their lives and how they living. End up in court testifying. That's why you have to be careful meeting people, greeting people, staying in people's homes. You don't know people.
Ask the public subject to the judge.
I think it's interesting. Did nobody ask him, did he smell decomposition in that trailer? Checkmate.
Feller, I'm going to start with exhibit 51.
All right, everybody. Here we go.
state you found it in when you entered.
Wow.
You did not toss anything or otherwise.
Everything you see is exactly what I walked into.
Drawers open like somebody took clothes out.
Now I'm going to show Exhibit 52.
Just a nasty old heathen. And I think Hunter was liking this girl. Gross.
The daughter's bedroom.
Right. And again, you did not
Objection. You don't know if that's her bedroom or not. Ooh, Lordy. I tell you what. Well, whose ever bedroom it was or wasn't, the trailer's nasty. Who cares? Like the jury's going to be looking around saying, oh, that wasn't Megan's room. That wasn't Evelyn's room.
staying in what particular rooms, but that's another angle of picture you've taken from inside the trailer. Yes, sir. Is that correct?
Jesus, well. Nasty house.
Now showing Exhibit 53.
I think that was the walking into her room.
I wouldn't even want to stay there.
Well, don't speculate as to whose rooms.
Gotcha. Okay.
Same instruction. Okay. So you've taken a photo looking into another bedroom. Is that correct? Okay. Now it's shown Exhibit 54. What's shown in that photo?
We're living room.
All right. And again, you did not place or move or disturb anything. That's exactly as you
Look
saw.
at this shit here. Just look at this. Let me pause this. Let me pause this, honey. Hold on. This is ridiculous.
Disturb anything.
I want you to look at this picture. And for those who have been in this live chat with me for a few hours, when I was reading to you this child having some type of acute pharyngitis, I brought you the symptoms and what causes it. It can come from a multitude of things, infections, coughing, sneezing, catching it from other people, inflamed tonsils, just an assortment of things. Allegedly, the child has some type of digestion issues. As I told you, when you look at how filthy this thing lived in this trailer, you can't be shocked that the little girl had a few things wrong with her because, one, we don't know if she had allergies. We don't know, if she had acid reflux, she's throwing up food, whatever. She can't digest food. The fact that, a little girl at 15 months old having some type of digestion issues. Why would she have digestion issues? Probably because she wasn't eating properly. A child needs 3 meals a day. They need little snacks. They need to be eating appropriate vegetables. Everybody's stomach is not the same. You got to use common sense. You're feeding a 15-month-old big boy food like burgers and French fries and pizza. That's a lot on a little bitty belly. Okay, it's a lot on our bellies, and we're grown-ups. That's why some of us have acid reflux. We have GERD because we're eating high fatty foods, which is causing a problem for our digestive system. So you count a little bitty, itty bitty spider eating all this crazy stuff. She could have had issues with lactose intolerance. She could have been allergic to milk, gluten, all type of things could have been causing this baby issues with this pharyngitis, acute pharyngitis. Who the hell knows? But when you look at the pictures don't lie. That's my point I'm making. This woman was filthy. This female is filthy, disgusting, and vile. She had no respect for herself. She had no respect for this trailer belonging to her father, brother, whomever, and she didn't have respect for her baby. And there's no telling how the baby was living. You're going to hear testimony from this man that there were open milk jugs lying around. One of the photos, you're going to see the kitchen table. Right there, open milk jug. Milk jugs in the stove. What the hell are you doing putting milk jugs in the stove? For what? How do you put a milk jug in the stove? Somebody help me understand. But you got oven racks in there. So you're putting the, what, half a gallon milk jugs in there because you're too lazy to put them in a trash bin, too lazy to go buy plastic bags and put the trash in a plastic bag? But you knew how to throw your baby away in a trash bin. Checkmate. Come on with it, Quay. We can't empty the trash, but we can throw a baby in the trash. Did you hear what I just said? Is anybody out there listening? You could throw a whole 28-pound baby in the trash, wrap her head in foil and a fleece blanket, contort her body, shove her down to where the blanket was in her face when they pulled her out of there. But yet you can't empty trash in a fucking trash bin. I want you all to think about that. Look at the filth in this trailer. And then you think about what she did to her kid. She can throw away a whole kid. But she can't pick up after herself. Cups, plates, filth, shit on the floor, dirty diapers on the floor, blankets, sheets on the floor. But you throw a whole kid away in the fucking garbage.
That's exactly as you saw it.
Exactly what I saw when I walked into it.
Hallway, nasty. Pizza box. Rest my case.
Or if you're standing in the kitchen, that where that was taken from.
Look at that. Just look at the filth.
And exhibit 56.
Bingo card. Open milk container. Wow. Stuff everywhere. You can't use the stove. You can't use the countertops. You can't even see to the window except for these sheer curtains up here. I see paper towels stuffed up there in the cabinets. What do you need paper towels for? For what? He said you couldn't even open the refrigerator. And I think it's funny that there's a chair sitting over there by the refrigerator for some weird reason. More milk jugs. There you got one right there. 1, 2. And then guess what? Ding, ding, ding. He says they were in there. But look what's sitting in front of it. A fucking vacuum cleaner. What in the hell? So, Megan, why you couldn't empty the trash in the trash can? Why couldn't you pick up after yourself? Help the queen understand. You can't pick up after yourself. You can't empty trash in a trash can. We know you had a trash can because the baby was found in a trash can. So you can live in filth, shitty diapers thrown around on the floor, shit was on the floor. He said it out his own mouth. And then you have the audacity to have your child live in this filth. Ain't no telling what was wrong with her, what type of sickness, ailment she was catching being in this filth. And then you had the audacity to throw your baby in a damn garbage can, but you can't even pick up your own trash and put it in a trash. I'm done.
Kitchen.
That's a photo looking in on the stuff.
Wow, man.
Definitely. Is that correct?
This is foul.
And again, you did not place any objects, move any objects prior to taking these photos.
What is he gonna move around? Are you serious? Did you touch anything? Did you move anything? Hell no. I went in and took pictures to show her father how nasty she was living. He knew she was living like that. That's the reason why he wanted her out of that damn trailer. This is why I said we need to find out, when did Tommy put her out and what does the autopsy say the time length on the remains? Because what's going to be jacked up if we find out Megan's been out that trailer before December and that baby was dead before December. Wow. The devil is a liar.
to the back of the driveway where Tom and Sons had a big dump truck, and they just used equipment and put most of it in there.
Okay. Did you remove all that, lack of a better term, trash and stuff that we saw?
Everything, trash, carpet. I mean, completely remodeled the whole entire thing.
Okay. What was the condition? I mean, was it like after you got all that stuff out of there?
After I got everything out, I mean, I had to rip up subflooring and put down new subflooring and linoleum.
Subflooring and linoleum.
Was there any sort of odor or anything in the trailer?
I had to use respirators to enter the house.
He had to use a respirator to enter the house. Are y'all hearing this? Had to pull up the subflooring and the linoleum. All that had to be replaced before he could move into this trailer that belonged to Megan Boswelll. So I'm going to ask you all, when did the child die? When did Tommy Boswelll put her out of that trailer? And why didn't the cadaver dogs hit on the dollhouse next to that trailer, that playhouse? Because something's off here. Something is really, really off. Because now we need to know how long that trailer was in disarray. I want a receipt. Because I'm not going to rest until I get to the bottom of when this man went to that trailer and cleaned it out. When did Tommy put her out with that baby? When did the baby die? Why didn't the cadaver dog hit on that damn dollhouse? Are we going to find out this baby been dead since possibly November or October? Bingo card. Bet y'all wasn't waiting on that. Did I surprise anybody in the viewing audience? Are we going to find out this baby's been dead before December? Ding, 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 ding. Because somebody ain't telling everything. He can't even remember when he moved into the trailer, which would be helpful if he could remember if it was 20 or if it was in 19. But he remembers he walked outside and he didn't have a coat on. So that could be fall, that could be spring. We don't know.
So was there any particular reason why you had a respirator on?
It's just such a foul odor comes from just moldy milk and food, dirty diapers that were laying out. Just
wow.
Bad smell.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. If you would answer any questions.
So, Tommy, did you not pay the trash company to pick up trash? What's the problem?
You don't know when you moved in out of the trailer park?
It's been so long, I couldn't really give you the exact date.
Without giving me an exact date, it was before or after Christmas of 2019.
I think after. I think so.
After Christmas.
Do you remember what the weather was like when you were cleaning out the trailer?
It was warm.
It was warm.
Yes.
So probably February.
Probably before Christmas, then if it was warm.
Probably before Christmas. Wow.
How much before Christmas?
Like I said, I couldn't give you an exact date.
Look, he's shocked.
I just knew that it was pretty warm outside. I didn't really need much of a coat, just some long sleeves or,
What did I tell you all? Thank you, Maria, who came in the chat and said it. See, sometimes you miss things when people are testifying. This is why you have to pay close attention to everything that people say in court. They're asking him, 2019 or 2020? He couldn't remember, but yet he says, oh, but it was warm, maybe before Christmas. Now, naturally, state of Tennessee has very weird weather. It was 75 degrees last week here in Tennessee. Okay, these people live up the road from Queen, little ways up the road from Queen. So here, February can be warm. I remember the last time it was warm in February where I was outside in sandals was probably 2002. I remember that like it was yesterday because I went to Canada probably the next week because I got sick. So weather here is very strange. We can get warm weather in December. We can get warm weather in January. We can get warm weather in February. He says it might have been before Christmas that he cleaned the trailer out. That goes to what I'm trying to say in this live stream. Are we going to find out this baby has been dead way before December? We know she went to a doctor's appointment because it's hard for me to keep up with all these dates and stuff because that was a testimony last week about the baby going to the doctor. So I think the last visit was between October and December when the child went to the doctor. There's a doctor's appointment. I'll have to pull that back up. But see, all that's going to matter to put a time of death on this baby and when Megan actually was evicted out of the trailer. Wow, wow, wow.
You never met Megan?
Yes.
So the pictures, you took those contemporaneous with cleaning it out?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Just because it was the worst thing I've ever seen. I've never cleaned out a place like that. Looked like that.
Just wanted to show people what it looked like.
I wanted to show Tommy and them because they didn't step inside or go inside. They just wanted it cleaned. So gave those pictures to them.
Wow.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sir?
Tommy never went inside the trailer, yet this is his own property and he owns the trailer. And you're too honorary to go in your own child's trailer to see what it looks like? Who does that? I never heard of such. Now, you can weigh this a multitude of ways, knock yourself out. But I find that interesting as well. You're going to hire somebody to go into a trailer that you don't go in to look for yourself just to see what all it needs. How much money you're going to have to spend to rehab the trailer. So, Tommy, when did you ever go back into the trailer after your daughter moved out of the trailer? When did this man actually clean it out and move into the trailer? When did you evict your daughter and the baby? What's the issue with the car? Do you own the car? Is the car in your name, the one that was repossessed? Who repossessed the car? You or a company or a pay loan company? See, there's some shit that ain't adding up. There's some stuff that ain't adding up here. And I tell people this all the time when it comes to trials. There are going to be a lot of things that you are never going to know the truth to. And this case is starting to look like that. You're not going to hear some of this shit until 5-6 years down the road when you're damn near gray at the head and somebody will pop up out of a jack-in-a-box and they'll say, oh, I want to talk about Megan Boswelll. And everybody's going to be looking like, well, that trial's already over with. What do you have to tell us? Because that's usually what happens. You hear things that you've never heard before. People decide they want to start telling stuff 5, 6, 10 years down the road. There's going to be somebody that was asked to testify and wouldn't testify, such as Hunter Wood. I got a feeling that's exactly where this nonsense is going. We're going to hear stuff years down the road when we have forgotten all about this case. Somebody's going to decide to crawl up out of a hole and give us some testimony pertaining to this nonsense. Because, you know, they pick and choose who they want to call as witnesses in a trial. And I got a feeling somebody has not been telling the whole truth besides Megan Boswelll. So this is why I always tell you, you're entitled to believe what you want during a trial, but there is always something that has been left out deliberately by the state and the defense. We've heard it 1,000 times during trials that somebody reached out to the district attorney and they didn't take their statement. They didn't listen to them. Somebody called the police. Somebody went to the sheriff's office and somebody didn't take the statement. Somebody never called them back. You know how many times I've heard that in true crime? A lot. So best believe what you've heard thus far it's probably way more to it. Because everybody ain't going to testify before the court pertaining to a person's disposition or a crime. But as I said before, my main concerns at this moment is the time of death. When was the child murdered? Where was she murdered? Why didn't the cadaver dog hit on her in that dollhouse, in that playhouse? Was the child murdered on the property? Or was she murdered somewhere else and then brought back to the property when the mother realized she needed a scapegoat? Just throwing all this out here. Just throwing all this out here because as you heard with Vinnie Politan, he said it. I'm trying to figure out why ain't nobody smelled this dead kid in this damn playhouse. Checkmate. And this guy sitting here telling you he moved in the trailer before it got cold or it was warm to him. He didn't have to have a jacket on. And he thinks it was before Christmas of 2019. So when you say before, what's before? 23rd, 22nd, the 15th, the 14th, the 13th, the 12th, the 11th, the 10th, the 9th, the 8th, to the 1st, into November, October. See where I'm going with this? Because what you have to ask yourself is the number one question. Why would Tommy Boswell call DHS February of 2020 to say he believes his child, his grandchild, has been neglected? I want you to think about that. And at this point, Megan is long gone. Megan is long gone, out of his house, off of his property, allegedly. So you have to ask yourself, what would possess a father, to dial authorities 3 months later from an alleged homicide? What's the truth? Because something is not adding up. And what's going to be interesting if we find out Tommy has not been telling the truth either. Because that's something I have not heard when he put her out. Now, I will probably have to go back and listen to his testimony, but I need to hear when he put her out. And I need to hear Ms. Resnick from Knoxville, Tennessee, the medical examiner, tell us what timeline she has on the remains of Evelyn Boswell, so this story can make some sense. That's why they were bickering back and forth about the soft tissue, that when the body decomposes down, you may not be able to tell if the child was abused or not, or broken bones, because of the state of the remains. So for all we know, this heathen could have broke an arm, broke a leg, but due to the fact that the child had decomposed down, you couldn't tell, which is, I hate to hear that, because I'd like to know if she did anything else to this kid. And you see the defense is writing on that, how the child died, natural causes. But in the end, even if the child did die of natural causes, it doesn't add up to why Megan wouldn't call 911 to say, hey, my baby's dead. Hey, my baby's not breathing. Hey, I need an ambulance. Why not? That leads us to believe it was intentional homicide. And that is what has been rendered by both medical examiners. Asphyxiation homicide. The child was either suffocated before or put in alive. And I find it very hard to believe she would put a whole kid in a garbage can alive. Seems like to me you'd want the baby fully dead, and then you'd wrap the baby up and put the baby in a plastic bag and then in the bin. But we've seen crazy people who have covered people up in the dirt holes alive. So was the baby alive or dead before she was wrapped up in foil in a blanket and put in a bin in that playhouse? That's my commentary, everybody. Like, share, subscribe. Drop your comments below this video. Take the polls on my community page. Check out my videos on Kanye West, Sean Puffy Combs, Number 47. I got a lot of content, 3,000 plus videos and shorts. Follow the Queen on the Newsbreak app. Follow me over there. Come over there and hang out with the Queen. Download the app, put in your location, and you'll get breaking news around the world. And you also can listen to my videos over there. Follow the Queen on IG, Big Sexy 71. Something's off with this case. And I ain't gonna rest till I find out what the hell it is, because it's now piqued my interest about the cadaver dogs not hitting on that baby girl. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $Deganji129 Cash App. Thank you all for your time and following this network. Welcome all new subscribers and viewers. I'll be back with more stimulating content, and I will bring you updates pertaining to stories that I've covered on this network. This is a very sad case of a baby girl who just didn't have a chance at life. And my message today to anybody young or older, if you know that you do not want a kid, please keep your legs closed and use birth control. And I also say that to young men and men as well. You don't want to be a father, then strap it up. Because this is a story that could have been avoided. We're all human, we all make mistakes. But when you decide that you don't want a child, you don't want to take care of the child, you need to make the necessary provisions for the child. Because Evelyn, she didn't know any better. She was just a baby. She didn't choose Megan. She didn't choose her grandpa, grandma, uncles. She didn't choose these people. She was just a kid. And when you see how that trailer, the pictures of the trailer, the thought of that baby crawling around with shit everywhere and shitty diapers, open milk jugs, pure filth. Hell no, I'm not shocked that the baby had some type of acute pharyngitis and had some type of health problems, something about a heart valve, whatever the hell was going on with the baby. Nothing shocks me. Nothing shocks me. She was in a germ-filled environment. So she's going to stay sick, have ear infections, all type of shit is going to be wrong with this kid. But there still wasn't a reason to kill no baby. And even if this father put her out, Megan, she should have called a church, area church. She should have called local resources to say, hey, I need a place to live. Hey, I need to go to a public housing or a housing development, apply for me an apartment. That's the thing that this dodo bird don't understand here in Tennessee. You get first dibs to get somewhere to live just because you have a kid. You want me to believe she don't have no friends that live in public housing or live in Section 8 housing? The hell out of here. You know she knows somebody that lives in public housing. And that's what the hell she should have done. She should have got her lazy ass up and went apply for her an apartment and got her some help with her kid. The state even helps pay for your daycare and everything. Megan Boswelll did not have to kill her damn kid. That's the bottom line. She could have even given that baby up for adoption, turned that baby over to the state, or went and got help. Because help is here in Tennessee. So there's no reason for us to be talking about a dead kid. But we are. I'll bring you an update for day 7, everybody. Thank you for your time. You have been listening to the Vault XL.